Hey everyone and welcome back again. Today we are going to build a game-changing application. In this video we are going to build an AI course generator application with the help of React and Next.js. This application completely full stack application and beginner friendly. Let's walk through the application first and then we'll talk about all the tech stack which we are going to use it to build this application. Now if you see on the screen we have this simple and clean landing screen. Now if I go to the dashboard, let's go to click on this get started where obviously you need to sign up before accessing the application. So it will redirect you to the sign up page where with the help of Clerk authentication we added this beautiful authentication screen. Just select the Google and then you will redirect you to the dashboard. On the left hand side you will see this beautiful sidebar along with the number of courses which you created. It will show and indicate that how many courses you already created in a free tier. Now on the right hand side you have option to generate new course, and if you see I already created some of the course with the help of AI. Let's try to create a new course. So click on this create AI course. Now it will redirect you to this particular page where you have to select some options. So you can select for which category you want to create a course. So you have programming, health and creative. So obviously you can add more category into this one. Now I will select the programming and click next. Now here you need to add a topic. Let's say you want to learn an SQL, right? If you want to add more details, you can just add it here. I will skip it and go back to the next step. Here you can select the difficulty level. So you have beginner, the course duration, then whether you want to add a video to this course or not, and how many chapters you want to generate for this particular course. Let's say 5, and simply click generate course layout. Now we added this beautiful loading indicator as well, and boom, if you see the course layout is ready for you. Obviously this is just a layout along with the chapter, and each chapter is showing with the duration where on the top side you have these skill levels and lot of other things. Now if you want to change the title of this course, you have option to change the title of the course, the description. Also you can even edit each of the chapter, and depends on that one we are going to generate the course content. Now before that, if you want to upload the banner image for your course, just go to this image and select the image which you want. So let's select this SQL banner and open it, and boom. Now with the help of Firebase storage we added this file upload functionality, and now just simply click generate course content. Now it will generate the actual content for each of the chapter, and boom, if you see your course is ready to view where you will see this beautiful UI, and at the bottom side you will see the course URL. Obviously once you deploy this application you will see this actual domain and not the localhost, and obviously you can just copy this one and open this in a new tab. But let's go to the dashboard, and here you will see the course which you just created. Now if you want to view your course, just click on it and you will redirect to this layout page. Obviously in order to access this particular page you can access without authentication. Okay, so you don't need authentication for to access this particular page, and so that you can share this course with your friends and family. Here you will see all the details, all the chapters which is inside this particular course. Now if you want to start, just click on the start button, and boom, if you see you will see all the chapter list on the left hand side along with the duration to complete this. And most important thing, it will also generate the video for each of your course. With the help of Google YouTube API, we added this functionality where for each of the chapter you will get the dedicated video for your course. Now for example, for this first chapter it's telling about the SQL and the relational database. So the basic intro, and here is the video for it. Also you will see all the information. If I go to the second chapter, here if you see we have this beautiful coding example as well for each of this section. How cool it is, right? You have join, aggregation, and whatever the content you selected or of the choice you selected when you are creating the course, everything depends on that one. Your course is completely ready. Now if you go back to the dashboard and if you want to see the others user generated courses, you can just go to this Explore tab, and on this tab you will see all the courses which is generated by other user, and you can access it completely for a free. Now obviously you have only limit of 5 courses. You can just create a 5 courses, and if you want to upgrade it, you can just go to this tubegurji.com, buy the membership, and you can create unlimited courses on this AI course generation platform. So guys, if you did not subscribe to our channel, please do subscribe. There are a lot of new projects, AI based projects, which I'm going to build it and post it on a YouTube. And if you want to access the source code of this complete project, you can access it on tubegurji.com. Now let's talk about the tech stack which we are going to use to build this application. As you know that in every project we use a different tech stack, and which help us to learn the current market trend. So first thing, obviously the Next.js, which we are going to use to build this React application. Next we are going to use Firebase to store our images, okay, and the Drizzle ORM, with the help of PostgreSQL, we are going to use it to store all our data. So Drizzle ORM is quite popular in the nowadays, and which is just a ORM, okay, and on the backend side we are going to use PostgreSQL database. The next, for authentication, my favorite, we are going to use a Clerk authentication, and I'm going to show you a couple of new features with the help of Clerk. And most important, the Google Gemini API. Obviously it's a completely free to use, and that's the reason we are going to use this Gemini API, which is very powerful and most important, free and very easy to integrate as well. And the last but not the least, the YouTube API. So if you never tried this YouTube API, don't worry, because we are going to learn how to integrate easily with this YouTube API inside our application. So in order to create the React application, we are going to use a Next.js. Next.js is a React framework for the web application, and we provide a lot of different features. So most important feature is the folder based routing, and there are a lot. So let's go to this nextjs.org, which is the official website of this Next.js, and this is the command in order to create the Next.js application. So go to the folder where you want to create a project and open a terminal at that folder. Then just type npx create next app at that latest. Okay, so latest means it will install the latest version of the Next.js app project, and then it's asking us to do a project name. So here we can give AI course generator and click enter. So next question is, do you like to use TypeScript? So here you can say no, then ESLint say no, the TailwindCss say yes, and the source directory say no. App router, obviously we want it, so say yes, and for import allies say no. Now if you see, it install some of the dependency like React, React DOM, Next, and some dev dependency like TailwindCss. So you don't need to install the TailwindCss again, because Next.js project creation step is already taking care of that one. Now if you see, our project is successfully created. Now simply open a VS Code and then open a folder where you just created that project. So in my case it is in projects, Next.js React, and select this project and open in a VS Code. Say here that yes, I trust the author, and on the left hand side you will see all the folders and file which is get created once we created this Next.js project. So let's walk through this file structure first, and then we will run the application. So first thing, we have this app folder which contains the layout.js, the page.js, and the global.css file. Now the global.css file is helpful when you want to apply style throughout the application. Then the layout.js, which is the base layout or root layout of your application. If you see inside this layout.js, we have the metadata. Now this is very important when you want to add the SEO for your application. Here this is the Google font which is applied to this application, and inside this body tag your application or all the pages is getting rendered through this children. Then the page.js, which is the default page of the application. So once we run this application, you will see this page is going to render. Then we have this node module. So whatever the packages we install for this application, that packages will be inside these node modules. Obviously, we are not going to touch to this particular folder. Next, we have this public folder where we are going to store all our images, assets, fonts, okay, so that whenever you want to use inside your application, you can directly use without providing a complete path. So Next.js will understand that you are trying to access any of the assets from this public folder. Then the git ignore file, so whatever the folder or file you don't want to push to the git, you can mention it here. Then we have this next.config.mjs file, which help us to add a configuration related to the Next.js. Then we have package lock and package.json file. So inside this package.json file, you will see the name of the project, then version, along with the script to run or to build the application. The dependency here you will see along with the version, which dependency is installed for this application, and some dev dependency as well. And the last we have this tailwind.config.mjs file, which contains the TailwindCss related configuration. So whenever you want to add the TailwindCss to specific folder, right, you have to make sure that folder is mentioned under this content. Okay. Now, in order to run this project, first thing, go to this terminal and click new terminal. So it will open a terminal inside your VS Code, see at the bottom, and just simply run write npm run dev. So this is the command to run your application at very first time. And now over here you will see your application is running on this particular URL with the port 3000. Now if I click on this particular URL, it will open in the browser along with this default page. Okay. Now let me bring this side by side. And inside this app folder, we have this page.js, which I already told you about, this default page, right, which is getting rendered on the screen. So if you see, we have the text called get started editing, and that's what it is printing. Now for example, let's say I will delete all of this code and save it. You will see the text is now gone. Let's write. So subscribe to Tube Guruji. So if you did not subscribe to my channel, please do subscribe and click save. Here you will see as soon as I save it, right, it is displaying on the browser as well. So that's how fast it is. Also it contains the hot reload as well. So as soon as you write something and save it, it automatically reflects the changes on the browser. Now obviously we don't want this file, so I will just we don't want this code, so I will just remove it and let's replace it with the div, and here you can write home page and save it. Okay, so as soon as I write it, you will see the text home page, and we have that gradient background lines. Let's remove that one. So go to the files, and inside this global.css, inside this root, right, we add that default project added this background start RGB and in RGB color. So let's remove that one and simply save it, and boom, you will see the background is now white with the text home page. Okay, now we are going to install this ShadCN library, which is TailwindCss component library, and which help us to build our application much more faster. So it has a lot of predefined components. If you go to this component here, you will see all the different components like button, card, calendar, and lot of other things. And this is very helpful when you want to build a complex UI structure. So in order to install, let's go to this ui.shadcn.com and just simply go to the documents. Here you will see the installation step and select the framework, which is Next.js. So we already created the project. The next step is to just initialize this ShadCN. So copy this command, go to your project and click new terminal. So it will open the new terminal and just paste this command. Now it will ask you which style do you want to use. So you have two options, new default and New York. I will select the New York. Then you can select the base color. Let's select the neutral. It will ask you, do you want to use CSS variable for a color? So you say yes, and then it will initialize the shared CN. Now once it is ready, right, here you will see some of the changes in your folder structure. The first is it newly added this leaf folder, okay, and the components folder as well. Now currently component folder is empty, so whenever you add any shared CN component, it will add the new component file inside this component folder. And then we have this component.json, which contain the configuration related to shared CN, and most important, inside this tailwind.config.mjs file you will see this colors list is get added. So we have this primary color, secondary color, and so on. So whatever the color, if you want to change the primary color to some other color, you can just change it here as well. Okay, now let's go back to the documentation, and next thing, obviously you can update the font, but we'll skip this step. And if you scroll down, you can try to install this button component. So just copy this npm command and just paste it here. So it will install the button component, and as soon as it is installed, you will see inside this component folder now you have a new folder called UI, and inside that you have this new component called button.jsx. Now all of this code is added by the shared CN, so you don't need to worry about that one, and you don't need to touch anywhere. But if you want to make some changes in the button, obviously you can modify it, and that button is applicable, or that changes is applicable to the all button inside your application. Now let's add this button component. So simply here I will write button and make sure it is importing from this @component UI button, and here we will say button called subscribe. Okay, let's save this one, go back to your project, and here you will see this beautiful button. See, okay, so obviously there are a lot of components that you can explore over here. We have this alert dialog. So if I click on this button, you will see this dialog, right? So that's kind of different component is available under this shared CN library. So throughout the application, we are going to use a multiple component from the shared CN. Now let's build the home page or landing page for our application. So whenever user come to our application, he will see this landing page where we have this header, the logo on the left hand side and the button on the right hand side, and some small content as per this mockup. Okay, and one user click on this get started, obviously we are going to redirect it to the dashboard page. But if user did not have login to our account, then we will redirect him to the authentication page. So let's go back to our application, and this is our home page currently. So let me clean this out and save it. Now first and very important thing while developing any web application is you need to divide this particular screen or page into a smaller components. Okay, let's say in this particular section we have this header as a one component and this hero section as another component. Okay, and then we'll bring them all together to display it on the screen. So first thing first, in order to display the header, so over here we'll going to display header, and then we are going to display the hero section. Okay, so these two components we are going to add it. Now inside this app folder we are going to create a new folder. So click on this folder icon, and here I'm going to start with the folder name called _components. Now if I give the components without underscore, then Next.js will consider it as a new route. Okay, obviously in the next section we are going to learn what is routing and how it works, but for now let's make sure that your folder name will start with this _components. Then inside this I'm going to get a header.jsx and one for the hero.jsx. Now here you need to add a template, right? You need to add export function and return statement, right? But in order to write this every time, right, it's a big headache. So for that one, let's go to this VS Code extension and make sure to install this ES7 plus React Redux React snippet tool extension, which is quite helpful. And another is the TailwindCss snippet. Okay, TailwindCss IntelliSense. So whenever you're writing any TailwindCss classes, it will give you the suggestion. So let's go back to our component, and inside the header just type RFC, which is stand for React Functional Export Component. Click enter and boom, you will see this default template. Same thing you need to do for the hero section and save it. Okay, now we have the hero and the header ready. Now inside this page.jsx, let's import the header first. So this component I am going to add inside this home page. Now if I go back to our application, you will see just the header. Okay, so now inside the header, let's go to this header component, and first thing on the left hand side, we want to show the image. Just add the image tag from the Next.js, see, and the source. Now this image tag from the Next.js, it is helpful when you want to optimize your images. Okay, so that's the reason Next.js provide this image tag, and here you just need to provide the file name. Now inside this public folder, I already added this logo.svg file, which is our application logo. So keep it inside this public folder so that you can directly access it without providing a complete path. Then here you need to give the width and height. Let's give width of 100 and height of 100 for now, and let's save this one. Now if I go back, you will see the logo is showing on the screen. Now I will just change this width to 150, something like this. I think that's much better. And I want a button, simple button on the right hand side. So I will just add the button, and here we'll say get started. Okay, and here you will see the button. Now if you want to change the default color of this button or any Shadcn component, you can just go to the tailwind.config.js file, and over here you can change this primary, secondary and all other color. So now let's say you want to change this default color. So I will just replace it with this hex code called hash 875BF9, and I'm going to also change this secondary color as well, will be the hash EE46BD, and save it. Now if I go back, and now you will see for this button it automatically changed to this purple kind of button. Okay, now let's bring this button on the right hand side. So inside the header for this div, I'm going to add a class name. We'll make it flex and we'll make justify between. So it will be on the right hand side. Now let's give some padding. So here we'll add a padding of 5, and along with that one I'm going to add a shadow small. Okay, so it will give that shadow effect. If you want to make the shadow medium, you can just add a medium, and here you will see the shadow like this, but I will keep small only. Okay, and that's how our simple header is now ready. Now let's add the hero section, right? Now in order to add a hero section, there are a lot of things we need to write it, but this is not an important thing inside our application or inside this particular course, because most important thing, we are going to implement a complete application. So what I am going to do in order to implement this hero section, I am going to use this hyperui.dev TailwindCss components, okay, which contains a predefined component. You just need to copy paste the code. So there are a lot of components you will find over here, and one of them is a banners. So if you see, this is how it looks. Okay, there are a lot of different options. Now in order to get the code for this one, just click on this JSX first, okay, because we are dealing with the JavaScript, and then you can even view this code over here. Okay, if you want to copy, you can copy this code, and you can also check how it looks on the different screen. Now once you copy this JSX code, let's go back to the hero section and just replace it over here like this. Okay, and inside this default page.jsx file, make sure to import this hero component like this and save it. Now if I go back to our application and make sure that hero is saved over here, and then if I go back, you will see this hero section. Okay, obviously we are going to modify it little bit. So first thing, I don't want this red color, so I'm going to change this to a primary color, and be great here as well. I'm going to update this with a primary color, something like this. See, now we don't want this learn more button, so just remove it. Next, let's give a little, because padding is too much, so I will remove this large height to screen. I think that's much better. Okay, and here I'm going to update this text as well. So let's say this AI course generator. I don't know. Okay, let's see over here, right? So here I'm going to add primary color to this one, and then the next text is custom learning path powered by AI, and here I will remove this text primary and save it, and this is how it will look like. But make sure the text for this one is black. Perfect. Okay, and over here I will just replace this and small block. I think that's fine. Okay, and now if I go back to our application with these changes, we have this beautiful landing page. Okay, I know this is not that much beautiful, but this is just a simple thing that I don't want to spend much more time on it. Obviously you can go ahead and try and give more style to this hero section. Now, in order to access any page like dashboard, right, user need to authenticate it to our application. So once user click on this get started button from the landing screen, we have to make sure that user is authorized to access this particular page. If not, then user need to sign up or log in to our account, and for that one we are going to implement login and sign up screen. And if once user sign up or log in, then we will allow user to access the dashboard page. And for that one we are going to use the Clerk authentication. Clerk authentication is one of the best authentication service provider in the market right now, and it provides a lot of different features, and most important, it's a fully customizable. So you have complete control on how you want to add a feature, or how you want to add a sign up or sign in screen and everything, right? Again, it's a free to use, so you don't need to pay any amount. So first thing, let's go to this clerk.com and just click on this get started or sign in button if you don't have an account. So let me do, I think I have the account. So once you sign in, if you see I have some of the application which is running on the Clerk only. But if you want to create a new application, just click on this create application. Here you need to provide the application name. So I will provide AI course generator, and here you can enable different sign in provider option like email, username, Google, Facebook, and there are a bunch of others as well. So right now I'm enabling email and Google, and simply create application. On the right hand side you will see the preview how it actually looks on the screen. So just create application. Also Clerk provide different components in order to integrate the Clerk authentication into your application, so you don't need to build any special design for it. Clerk is already providing for you. Now once you jump on this particular page, you will see in order to integrate into the Next.js, there are some of the steps which you need to follow. Okay, so first and most important, you need to install this Clerk for the Next.js. So let's go back to your VS Code and simply paste this inside the terminal. Then I am going to provide you the link of the Clerk and Next.js documentation. Just click on it and you will jump on this documentation page, which provide a detailed step-by-step guide to install the Clerk into your Next.js application. Obviously, once you added this Clerk, make sure to add this environment variable into your .env.local file. So make sure you will select the correct project. So I will just select the my project. So in this case is AI course generator. Then copy it and simply go back to your VS Code, and over here I'm going to create a new file called .env.local. Simply paste this code and save it. Next, if you scroll down little bit, you will see you need to add this middleware.ts file. Okay, so just copy this middleware.ts file. So in this case, we'll make it middleware.js file and simply paste the code from here. Okay, so I will just paste it inside this middleware.js file and save it. Now over here currently, if you read this particular statement, that by default Clerk middleware will not protect any route. Okay, all routes are public and you must option in to protection for route. So we need to go to this Clerk provider reference, okay, to learn how to protect your routes. So simply click on it, and if you go to this Clerk provider documentation, if you scroll down little bit, here you have option to protect your routes. Okay, so simply copy this line of code, and over here I will replace this with this new line of code. Make sure to import this create route matcher, and over here you will see the whatever the route you want to protect, simply add in this list, array list. Okay, so in this case, let's say you want to protect this dashboard route, so simply add that dashboard. Okay, obviously we don't have forum, so I will remove it from here and then save it. Let's go back again, and next thing we need to add this Clerk provider. Obviously you need to wrap your application under this Clerk provider. So copy this Clerk provider component, go to your root layout, and inside this root layout I will paste this Clerk provider. Now once you add it, make sure to import this Clerk from the Next.js. Okay, let's save it. Next thing, we need to add this custom sign up and sign in page. Okay, so right now you will see nothing is happening because we are not protecting this localhost 3000 route. We are just protecting /dashboard for now. But before going forward, make sure to add your own custom sign in and sign up page. So just click on it, and these are some steps that we need to follow. Obviously the first thing, you need to create this particular path and the this page.tsx file. So the best way to create this folder and file, just copy this path, then go back to your application. Now here all the authentication file like sign up and sign in page, I'm going to keep in one folder. So for that one, I'm going to create a folder. I will wrap this and I will give the name called auth. Okay, so what will happen, I'm just grouping this auth, right? Obviously Next.js will not consider this particular folder as a route. Okay, and inside here click plus sign, paste this particular path, make sure to change this to a JSX, and boom, you will see automatically the sign up, this again double square bracket sign up and page.js file is get created. Okay, next copy this line of code and simply paste it here and save it. Same thing you need to do it for the sign in page. So I will copy this path, go to select the auth and add these files, and this file is get created. Now copy this code and simply paste it here and save it. Okay, next thing, you can make this public route. I will skip this particular step, we don't need it. Next step you need to do is to update your environment variable. So copy this environment variable, go to your .env.local file and simply paste it here and save it. Okay, and I think we are good to go. So right now if I go to this localhost 3000, see nothing is happening because we don't have the dashboard page yet. So let's create a new route called dashboard. So under this app folder, I'm going to create a new route called dashboard. So in this case, if you see, I'm just giving simple plain folder name, right? And inside this, I will add page.jsx file and add a default template. Here, I will just rename it to the dashboard. Now, Next.js will consider, okay, this is a new route, okay, and now in order to access new route, you need to go to this localhost 3000/dashboard and click enter. Okay, as soon as you click enter, it will ask you to sign in because inside the middleware we added this dashboard or whatever the page comes under dashboard is now protected, right? And you have to make sure you will log in to the account. Okay, and here you will see that particular UI from the Clerk. So it already have this email address and sign up, the Google continue with the Google button and lot of other things. Okay, sounds good, correct? Next thing, along with this Google, sign in with Google and the email address, I'm going to add couple of more things into this one. So if you go to this dashboard, you will see a bunch of different options, right? Even you can have an option to customize it and add a different authentication, complete control on what you want to see and everything. Here, let's go to the I think let's go to this email and phone username, and here you will see what are the things you want to accept from the user. Now under this use authentication and strategy, you will see one option called passkey. Now this passkey currently it is in the pro feature only, okay, but in development mode you can access this feature. Just enable this feature. Here you will see this premium feature only accessible, but you can enable in development mode, and simply close it and make sure to save this one as well. Okay, this is very important. Now if I go back to our application and refresh the screen, you will see the new option called use passkey instead. Okay, now this passkey feature is quite popular and it's very secure one. Now if I click on this use passkey, here you will see this QR code. Okay, now this QR code you can either access or you can scan it through your mobile, or you can add the USB as well in order to log into your account, right? Obviously you can just scan it with the mobile, and only with the mobile you can log into this account. So this passkey feature is also recently added by the Clerk and is quite popular. Okay, another important thing we are going to add into our application, let's go to this dashboard, is Google one tap sign in. So from the Clerk they also had this Google one tap sign in. So as soon as you any user open this page, you will see this kind of dialog box to sign in with the Google within the one tap sign in, because we already signed into this particular browser, right? It will give you option to sign in with the same account to this application, and it's quite easy to use, just one line of code, see. Okay, so in order to add this one tap sign in with the Google, let's go to this root layout, and inside this root layout, inside this HTML, I will just add Google one tap. If you see this component from this Clerk Next.js, and then save it, and that's it, you are good to go. But here you need to add the custom credential to the to your Google authentication. Okay, so make sure once you convert this into production, make sure to add the custom credential, and it's quite easy to use, easy to add it. If you click on this our guide, here you will see the step-by-step process to add the custom credential. So obviously at the end of this tutorial, I'm going to tell you how to integrate and add this Google one tap with the custom credentials so that you can enable into your application. Now obviously our sign-in page is not looking good. Let's modify it. So let's go back to your application, and let me close all of this tab for now. And we have this auth page where we have this sign-in page. Okay, so for this sign-in page, in order to add a beautiful sign-in page, let's go to this hyper UI where we have this auth form. Okay, and I will select this auth form. So just select the JSX, copy this JSX code and simply paste it here. So like this. Okay, now I will remove this sign-in component from here, and make sure to remove this comment as well. And if you scroll down inside this form tag, I will just remove this form tag completely, and I will put this sign-in component and save it. Now if I go back to your application, boom, you will see this beautiful sign-in page with all the details, where we have this Clerk sign-in kit as well. Okay, where you have option to sign in with the Google or email address as well. Now obviously you can modify this, change the image and all. Now if I click on Google, login with Google, you will see the different option to sign in from my Google account. Select the account which you want to log in, and boom, you will redirect it to the dashboard page, say. Okay, and on the dashboard page, in order to manage your user, let's go to this dashboard page, and here Clerk is providing one of the popular component called user button from the Clerk Next.js, okay, with just one line, and save it. Now here you will see the user profile icon. If I click on it, you have option to manage your account. Even you can sign it from here. If you click on this manage account, you will see this model with this all the options, okay. So this user button is quite helpful. Obviously we are going to use it in order to show the user profile image with this account managed option. So that's how you can add the authentication to your application. Now if you have any question, any doubt until this point, let me know in the comment section, because this is very important features which help us to secure our application from unauthorized user. Now let's implement the dashboard screen, where we are going to implement this side navigation bar and the header as well. Now this is very important to understand that inside this dashboard, our sidebar and the header will be constant throughout the application for this option called home, explore, upgrade and logout, right? So for example, let's say you have the new route called /dashboard/explore, and on this explore page our sidebar and this header need to be constant. So let's go back to our application, and inside this dashboard we are going to add a layout.jsx file which will hold the dashboard layout for us. So I will just rename this to dashboard layout, okay, and then save it. Now inside this dashboard layout, we have to make sure all the pages which are all the routes which come under the dashboard will render through this layout. So here we need to add the children, and simply I will add children like this. And if I go back to our application and go to the dashboard, here you will see no change, okay. So after adding this layout, now our dashboard page is now rendering through this layout. Also in this particular mockup, you will see in the sidebar we have the logo, then we have some of the option, and the bottom side we are going to show the progress bar for the free tier, how much course in the free tier user can create. If user want to create unlimited course, then he need to upgrade it. So let's implement the sidebar and then header. So let's go back, and first thing inside this dashboard folder, I'm going to create a new component, folder called _component. So all the components which is related to the dashboard I will keep inside this _component folder, and inside here we'll create sidebar.jsx. Let's add a default template and save it. Now this sidebar we want to add inside the layout, right? Because we want to make sure this sidebar throughout the screen when you are in the dashboard. So I added this dashboard sidebar like this, and this children I'm going to keep it inside this div, okay. Now we need to give some specific width to this sidebar. So for this div I will add a class name, and I will make sure on the mediums, when the screen size is medium, we'll make the width of 64, and when the screen size is smaller I will just hide this sidebar, okay, and when it's medium I will show it as a block. Now for the children as well, we will add, when the screen size is medium, we'll make sure we'll give margin left to 64, okay, and then let's add a padding of 10 as well over here, and then save it. Now if I go to our screen, you will see the sidebar and this layout as well. For now let's don't add this, we'll keep like this only, okay, and now we have the sidebar. Perfect. Now let's go to the sidebar, and first thing you need to do inside the sidebar is to add some styling. So over here I will add a class name, we'll make it fixed, okay, and then we'll make height to be full. Also when the screen size is medium, we'll make sure the width is 64, and then we'll give padding of 5 and shadow MD, okay. And if you see on the left hand side we have this sidebar section. Perfect. Now first thing, as I say, we want to show the image, so let's add an image, then source, Inside here we'll provide a logo dot svg. Let's give a width of 160 pixel and height is of 100 and save it. So this is how the logo will look like. Perfect. Then below that I'm going to add a horizontal line, and to this one I will add a class name. Will give padding y to 5. Okay, so you will see this horizontal line, and then we want to show some options. Now in order to add an option, right, we'll simply create a menu list. Okay, and inside this menu list we'll add a couple of fields. So first thing, we'll add an ID, then the name of the menu, which is, let's say, home. Then we want to add an icon, and then we want to add the path as well. Okay, so in this case for the home, the path will be /dashboard. Now in order to add an icon for each of this particular menu, right, like this, we are going to use the React icons. Okay, so this React icon is very popular library and which contain a lot of different icon like bootstrap icon, hero icon, ioni icon, and lot of other. Okay, and very easy to install. So simply copy this npm command and simply paste it here. Okay, and if I go over here, okay, now I'm going to mostly use this hero icon too. Okay, and just search for the home. So I will use the home outline icon. Let's use this one. Simply copy this import statement first, add it here, and then you have to copy this component, and I will just simply paste it here. Okay, now our home menu option is ready. I will just paste this couple of times for more menu option. Like let's say here I will add Explorer, then upgrade, and here will be logout. Obviously you can add more if you want. For the Explorer, I will use this one, the stack one. So first thing, let's copy this component and I will paste it here, but you have to make sure this component is imported. So I will just paste in the same import statement. For the upgrade, I'm going to use a shell, something like this. So again I will copy this component and paste it here. Okay, and then make sure to import this component as well, and the last we want a logout. So I think this is good. So outline power, and make sure to import this component as well. Okay, and save it. So give comma. Perfect. Now your menu list is ready. Okay, now we need to iterate this list in order to display it on the screen. So after this horizontal, I will just add a UL tag, and inside this one I will just simply map it. Okay, so we want to iterate it. So here we'll say item comma index and the arrow function like this. Inside here we'll add a div, and inside the div, first thing we want to show the icon. So simply I will say, let's add a div again, and item dot icon. Okay, let's save it and let's go back to check whether you are getting icon. And if you see, we have the list of icon. Obviously here we need to change the width and height. So this icon now act like a text only, so you can apply all the property which you applied for the text. So let's say you made this icon size of text XL, and let's save this one. So let's give more size. Let's make it 3XL. I think this is much better. I'll make it 2XL. After this, I will add another. I will add h2 tag in order to display the menu name. So item dot menu, and if you see, now we have the menu name as well. Now let's apply some styling. So here we'll add a class name. We'll make it flex. Then item to be in the center. We'll give gap between this menu and the name. Then we'll make the text color is of gray 600. Then we'll give some padding to 3 and save it. See, Now on hover, we will add hover effect. So we'll make sure the we'll make this cursor pointer first. Then on hover, we'll make the background is of gray 100, and also on hover we'll make the text is of black color, and we'll make the rounded corner large. So if I hover on this one, you will see this beautiful background change as well. Okay, let me bring this down. Now whenever user select any of these, right, we have to make sure it is get selected and show some selected menu option, right? So for that one, if you see, we will check it with this current path from the URL. Okay, and if that URL and path is matches, then we will show okay, this is the active one. So simply what you need to do, as you know that this is the path for the dashboard. For explore will be like /explore, upgrade will be the upgrade, and then we have the logout. Okay, now over here simply we'll use one hook called constant path is equal to use path name. So it will return the path name, whatever the path name after this domain. So in this case it will return /dashboard. Okay, and in order to add a dynamic styling, you need to simply wrap this class name inside the curly braces, then this particular tag, and remove this single quote, and inside the dollar sign in curly braces you need to write your condition. Let's say item dot path is matches or equal to path, means this current path, then you can add a condition. So here and I will simply say add a background color is of 100 and make text black and save it. Okay, let's see. So right now if you see, it's giving us the error that use path name or hook is only you can implement in client side and not on the server side. So by default all the Next.js pages component is on the server side. Now in order to make this component as a client side, you just need to mark this component as a use client at the top. Okay, and now if you see, we don't have any error. And over here you will see the home is now selected one, because if you see we have this dashboard, right, which is current path, and that's the reason the home is now enabled. But if you create a new component, let's say under the dashboard you create a new route called explore. Okay, now inside the explore I will add page.jsx and add a default template, and here I will just rename this to explore, right? And if I go to this dash explore, something like this, see it automatically change this to the explore now, because it will check, it's checking with the path name with it's matching with the menu.path name. See, that's what we also mentioned under this menu. So that's how you can add that logic. Now obviously on the click of this menu, so I will wrap this inside under this link tag from the next/ring, and it has a property called href, is similar to the anchor tag in HTML. Okay, make sure to wrap it, and here we'll just simply navigate to the item.path. Okay, so once user click on any of the item, it will just check this path and it will go to that particular route. Okay, let's save it and let me show you. So if you click, if I click on this home, see it's go to the dashboard. If I click on explore, it going to the explorer. Okay, so obviously we don't have upgrade page or logout page yet, so it's not showing, and it's showing as a 404 error. But once you add this page, you can able to navigate successfully. Now let's implement the header as well. So header is quite easy. So under this component folder, I'm going to add header.jsx, add a default template and save it. Now this header I'm going to add under the layout. Okay, so in the dashboard layout, just about this children, okay, we'll add this header like this, and make sure you are adding this header from the dashboard component. Okay, and then save it. Now if I go back to our application, you will see just a header. Now let's go back, let's go to this header and simply implement or show the image make sure to import it, then source, and inside here you need to show the logo. So I added this favicon icon, so I will use favicon.svg, and let's add a width and height. Make sure it is displaying. It's too big, just make it 30, or let's make it 50. Okay, and then on the right hand side we need to show this user profile as well. So now over here we'll show user button, something like this, and here I will add a class name, make it flex, justify between, and item to be in the center, something like this. Obviously this button is from the dashboard. Let's remove that button to avoid the confusion. Perfect. Okay, now let's give some padding to this header. So we'll add a padding of 5. Let's see how it looks, and let's add a shadow small. Perfect. Okay, and our header is now ready. Obviously you can add more things into this header, like search bar or something else, but I will keep it simple and clean. So first thing, now we need to add, okay, let's add this section. Okay, we forgot to add this section called progress bar section. So in order to add a progress bar, let's go to the Shatsion, and Shatsion providing this progress bar component called progress, and this is how it will look like. Very easy to use. First thing, obviously you need to import this component. So copy this npm command, go to your project, and inside the terminal make sure to paste it. So it will install it, and in order to use it, just use this progress bar and you need to provide the value. So let's go to this sidebar, and just below this UL I will add a div. Inside here I will add the progress bar and make sure to import it as well and save it. Now once you add this progress bar, we have to make sure it will be at the bottom side. So right now it's showing on the top, we want it on the bottom side. So let's add some styling. So I will add a class name. Here make sure to add absolute, bottom to 10, and let's give width to 80%. Okay, so it will be inside this sidebar only. And just for the some information, let's add a h2 tag, and here we'll say, let's say 3 out of 5 course created. Okay, now obviously here right now is hard coded, but once we added the course and everything, then we will update this logic as well. And here we'll say upgrade your plan for unlimited course generation, or something like this. For this I will add a class name. We'll say text small, margin y to 2. Perfect. And here as well I will add a class name, text access gray to 500. Access. Perfect. Okay, so this progress bar is also ready. Next we want to add this particular section called hello, and the username, and the this particular subtitle. So inside this, let's go to the component folder, and here I am going to add a new component called add course.jsx. Okay, so on this particular component right here, I'm going to provide a button as well called plus add course. Okay, so along with this one we are also going to add this particular button. Now let's inside this add course component, let's add a default template, and inside the dashboard page I'm just going to import add course component, something like this. If I go back to this page, you will see add course. Now every time you need to give some padding to this particular section. So simply what you can do, let's go to this layout.jsx and wrap your children under the div, and simply to this div I will give some padding to 10. Okay, see, now for every page you don't need to provide a padding, so I automatically add it. I think for this particular menu option, let's go to the sidebar. Here let's add margin bottom to 2. I think that's much better. Let's add 3. Okay, so I just sprayed little bit. Perfect. Let's go back to the home screen, just focus, and inside the add course, now we want to add the user's information. So first thing, let's add a div. Inside the div, we'll add a h2 tag. Here we'll say we want to show the user's name. So here we'll say hello and the username. Now in order to get the username of the login user, you can get it with the help of Clerk use user hook. Okay, now this use user hook is provided by the Clerk, and it will we can destructurize user from it, and in order to show the name, you can just access it using user dot full name. Now let's add some style. So let's add a class name. We'll make to Excel, and for this full name I will just add span tag. I will put inside this, and we'll add a class name called font bold. Okay, and save it. Now if I so we have one error that use user cannot use over here. We have to make sure that this component need to be on the client side. So make sure to add a client, and now if you see, we have the hello game play. That's the username. And after this, I will add simply p tag, and here we'll say create new course with AI, share with friends, and earn from it. Okay, some tagline, and save it. Obviously for the p tag, I will add class name, text smaller, text is of gray 500. Perfect. Okay, so that's how our dashboard page section is ready. Obviously we want to add a button as well, so here simply going to add a button, and inside that I will say plus create AI course, and save it. Now let's bring this in one line. So for this particular div, we'll make flex item to be in the center and justify between, so it will be on the right hand side. Okay, now another important thing that we want to change the font of this particular application. Right now it's not looking great, but if you want to change the font of your choice, or you can go to this Google font, you can select any font which you want. Okay, and simply go back to your application and go to this root layout. Right now if you see over here, the enter from font is the default font, okay, is added, but if you want to change, you can just add it here. Let's say you want to add the outfit font from the Google, just search it, you will get it from this option and click on this. After that, you have to make sure you will also update over here. So I will just change this outfit and then save it, and you will see the magic. See, now the font is changed for all the application. So that's how guys you can update the font and all of these things. I will just change little bit height and size of this particular wording. I think that's very good. Okay, next we are going to implement the AI course page. Obviously there are a lot of things that we want to implement, so we'll see you in the next section. Now when user click on this add course button, we need to navigate to the new route called create course, and this will be our new screen where user need to add some of the details in order to create an AI course. As per this mockup, if you see, we have this stepper which we are going to build it our own. It's a fully customized one, and once user click on this add course, it will navigate to this create course page where user can select the category first. Then after selecting the category, user will click next, and then user will write some topic on which he want to create the course along with the description. And once user click on next, then user adds some of the options over here. Okay, so this is the basic workflow in order to create an AI course. So user need to add some basic detail before creating the layout of the course. Okay, so let's go back to our application, and over here on the click on this create AI course, we need to navigate to the new screen. So let's create a new route. So inside this app folder, I'm going to create a new folder called create course. Now inside this create course, I will just rename this create course. I will create a new file called page.jsx and just add default template, and I will rename this to create course. Okay. Now let's go to the dashboard where we have the inside this components where we have this add course component, and on this on click we want to navigate, right? So I will just wrap this button inside the link tag so that we can directly use or add the route inside this href called create course, and wrap this button inside this link component. Okay, and then save it. Now if I go back to our application, make sure to refresh it once and then click on this create AI course, and if you see, it's navigate to the create course page. Okay, now let's go back to the create course page. I will close all other tab, and inside this create course page we want to add the steppers. So here we want to add steppers, then we want to show the components. Each of the component depend on the selections and the next and previous button. Okay, so this is the basic layout for this create course. Now let's add the stepper first. So over here let's add a div, and inside this div we'll add one more div, or that is fine I think, and let's add a h2 tag. Here we'll say create course. Now for this h2 tag we'll add a class name, we'll add text is of 2xl, text primary, and we'll make font medium and save it. Now if you see, we have this create course, but now obviously on this page we don't have anything, right? We need to add the header as well. So inside here instead of adding the header inside this create course, let's create a new layout file under this page.jsx. So we'll create a layout.jsx file which is the layout for this create course. So here I will just rename this to create course layout, and whatever the component or route which is inside the create course, it will render through these children like this. Okay, and then save it. Now if I see, nothing get changed on the screen. Now above this header I am going to use the header. Okay, now this header I am going to use from the dashboard as it is, and save it. Now if you see, we have this beautiful header from the dashboard. So in this case, if you see, you don't need to add any or you don't need to create any new header. Now let's bring this create course inside the center first, and I will just change the font as well. So I will make this 4XL and I will bring it inside in the middle. So here we'll say class name flex column, and we'll make justify center, or I think we need to make item to be in the center, and save it. Okay, let's give margin top to 10. Perfect. Next, in order to add a stepper, let's add a new div, and inside the div we need to show these three options as per this mockup: the category, topic, and the option along with the icons. So let's create the stepper options, and here first I will add ID, then name. So first name is category, and here we'll add an icon. So in order to add an icon, let's search for the React icons, and inside here I will go to this hero icon, and let's search for the icon called stack, or let's search for the stack. So I think we'll select this one, or you can select this one as well. So let's copy this import statement, and then you need to copy this component as well, and I'll just paste it here, okay, so that we can render it when necessary. Same thing, I will just copy couple of times, and here I will rename this to topic and description and the lane options. Now let's update this icon as well. Now I updated all the icons as well. Now let's go to this div and just iterate this steppers options dot, here we'll say map and item comma index and the arrow function. Now inside here we'll add a div, and first thing we want to show the icon. So inside the one more div we'll add an icon. So let's add item dot icon and save it. Make sure it is rendering on the screen. See, now let's give some height and width. So let's again, I will add inside the div. So to this div, let's add a class name. Here we'll say background gray color. Then we'll add a padding of 3. We'll make rounded as a full, and we'll make text to be white, okay, and then save it. See, something like this. After that, let's add the name. So here we'll say item dot name. To this we'll add a class name, and I will hide it when the screen size is smaller, and when it's medium we'll show it, and the text I will make it small when the screen size is medium or larger, okay. Now let's bring everything in one line. So let's give class name flex to this particular div, make it flex column, item to be in the center, and also we are going to mention specific width. So on the smaller screen we'll give a width of 50 pixel, and on the medium screen we'll give width of 100 pixel. And now if you see, whenever I want to give a custom size, right, I'm mentioning inside this square bracket. And let's save this one, and obviously nothing is get changed currently, but once you make this as a flex and we'll make this item to be in the center, you will see the change. Let me refresh this, and for this div let's make this flex, because at the top div we added flex column, so that's the reason it's showing in one line. Now it's showing perfectly fine. And after that, after this particular div, we want to show the horizontal line between these two options, okay. So here we'll add a div, and to this div let's close the tag. We'll add a class name. Here we'll say height of 1, width of 50 pixel. Then on medium screen we'll give a width of 100 pixel, and we'll make rounded to be full, okay. And when the screen size is larger, we'll give width of 170 pixel as well. Let's give some background color. So background color gray, let's give 300 and then save it. See, something like this. Now for this particular div we'll add margin top to 10. Now obviously we don't want this particular the last horizontal line, right? So we have to write a condition. So here we'll add index is equal to stepper options dot length -1. So if this condition is valid, so it's supposed to be not equal to. So here we'll say if the length dot length -1 is not equal to, then only we want to show it, okay. It means when the index is matches with the last option, right, then we don't want to show this particular line. And if you see now, this last line is not showing anymore. Perfect. So this is our progress bar. It's quite easy and simple, but obviously we need to make it functional. So to this button section, I'm going to add a div, and here we'll simply add one button and we'll say next. Okay, and save it. Now if you see, we have this next button over here. Now on the click of this next button, we have to make sure the color of this background get filled. So it means this particular step is completed and is jumped to the next step. So obviously we need to maintain one state. So I will define one state over here. We'll say active index comma set active index is equal to use state, and initially the value of this active index is 0. Now over here, so to this particular div, right, we will add a conditional styling. So simply let's wrap this particular div inside the curly braces, then this quote, and remove this single quote, and here we'll write a condition if active index is greater than is equal to index and then we'll just show background primary and save it. Now if I go back, we got this error. It's saying the we use state, so we need to make this component as a client and then save it. Okay, so right now the index value is 0, so that's the reason it's not showing. But on the click of this next button, we have to make sure the active index value will increase. So here we'll say active index is greater, or we'll just set the active index value. So here we'll say set active index is equal to active index plus 1 and save it. Now if I click next, okay, so let's refresh it. So nothing is happening. So I changed this color, somehow the primary color is not working. But now if I go back to our application, and if you see, right now I'm on the category. Now if I click next, it will change this to the second one, and if I click next, it will go to the third one as well. Okay, now also we have to make sure this line is also get color to be with a purple color, right? So simply again to this particular horizontal line, we need to add the conditional styling. So I will just wrap this in a curly braces and this tag quote. Make sure to remove the single quote so that inside this class name we can add the conditional styling. So simply over here we'll write if active index minus 1 is greater than is equal to index, right, then we want to add a background color and let's say 500 and then save it. Okay, now obviously if I refresh it, you will see the change, and if I click next, you will see the line now is get color. Same thing if I click again next, so it means all the steps are completed. So that's how our stepper will work. If you have any question until this point, let me know in the comment section. Now next step is to add the component for each of this particular section. So if you see over here, we have this category section, then we have the topic section, and then we have the option section. Okay, now before adding the component, we also need to make sure that we also have the back button and the next button. Obviously we added the next button, but let's add the back button as well. So under this div, we'll add one more button, and here we'll say previous. Now this button will be disabled when the active index is 0. So simply we can add disable, and we can add a condition if at active index is equal to 0, then disable this previous button. See, if I click next, then this previous button is enabled, and on the click of this previous button, so here we'll say on click, so simply we'll set the active index which is equal to active index minus 1 because we want to go to the previous step, right? Now if I go to the click next and go to previous, see, it's working perfectly fine. Obviously let's align this. So for this div, let's add a class name, then we'll make it as a flex, and we'll make justify between and margin top to 10. Now again I will put this component and this div in one div. So I will add one div over here. I will wrap it, and to this div let's add a class name. So here we'll give the padding on the x-axis, means horizontal padding 10. When the screen size is medium, we'll give horizontal padding to 20, and on large scale we'll give a padding x to 44, and let's give margin top to 10. Okay, now if you see, we have the previous and next button which is on the left and right side. Okay, and both are functional. Now on the last step, right, when user is on the option, we want to change this button with some other name. So better we can create a new button, and here we'll say generate course layout, and this button will only show when the active index is equal to 3. Okay, or it's not 3 but 2. So when the active index is 2, we'll show this button, and we have to make sure this button will be the next button will enable when the active index is less than 2. Okay, and save it. Now if I go to the previous, you will see the next, it changes to next button, but if I go to the last step, it changes to the generate course layout. For the previous button, I'm going to change the variant, so you can add the variant here as an outline. So if you want a button with the outline only, you can also add that. So this need to be a string. See, so we have this outline button. Okay, perfect. Now for each of these options, we need to add the component. So let's go back to our application, and inside this create course, I'm going to add a new folder called components. Now all the components related to this create course page or the route, we are going to keep inside this underscore component folder, and inside here we'll create the first component called category, or we can say category select category. We can say select category component dot JSX. Add a default template and save it. So inside this select category, right, we need to show the list of category along with the icon. So inside this public folder, I already added some of the icons. So this is the coding, the lotus, and the problem solve. I will just rename this to creative. Okay, so these 3 files I added. Now let's create a new folder called underscore shared, and inside this folder we'll create a new file called category list.jsx. Okay, so all the category what you want to add, you can keep in the one file, so that even though in future if you want to add a new file or make some changes in the category, you can just make into this particular file. Now here we'll say export constant and just export the list. Okay, so here we'll say id 1, then name of the category. So this need to be export default actually, and name of the category here we'll say programming, and then you need to give the icon. So path will be coding.png. so that is the file name which we keep inside this public folder. Okay, same thing, just copy this couple of times. I will make this id 2 and this one 3. So next category is health, and the last is creative. Now for the health, I think we have lotus, and here we have creative. Okay, so this is the 3 category we added. Obviously if you want to add more, you can just add it. Now for each of this category, we are also going to add a prompt which is used to generate the data from the AI. Okay, so right now we are not adding, but we will make sure that field is there. Okay, so we'll just add the field, and whenever we want to add the prompt, I will tell you how to add it. Now let's go back to the select category. Now in order to display this particular component inside this create course page, under this component we need to add a condition. So whenever the active index is equal to 0, then we will add the select category component like this. Okay, otherwise we'll add another component, but we don't have another component, so I will just showing null for now and then save it. Now if I go back to our application, and if you see on the category section, we have this select category option. Perfect. Now let's go to the select category component, and over here now we want to show the category option. So inside the div, let's iterate the category list dot map. Here we'll say item comma index and the arrow function. Inside here we'll add a div, and inside the div we want to show the image. We'll simply add the image source, and now obviously this image we are getting from the local, so we can just write item icon, width give 50, height is of 50, and then save it. Now if I go back to our application, you will see this 3 category icon is showing on the screen, and below that I will add the h2 tag for the name. So item dot name and save it. Now for this div, let's add a class name. Let's make it flex and flex column. Make sure it's coming up. Then we'll give a padding of 5, and let's add a border to each of them. Okay, obviously we want in a horizontal way, so what we can do for this particular div, let's add a class name and make it grid column 3 and give gap of 10, something like this, say. Also we'll add a padding x to 10, and when on the medium screen we can add padding x to 20. Okay, now let's bring everything in center. So inside this div we'll add item to be in the center. Perfect. Then I will make the corner to be rounded, so we'll make rounded XL, and on hover we want to change the background color. So on hover we can add a border to be primary, along with on hover we want to change the background color to blue, let's say 100 or let's say 50 only. So if I hover on this one, you will see the change. Let's make this a cursor pointer and save. Perfect. Okay, so that's how our category selection is now ready. Now on the click of next, if you see we don't have the topic and description component, so let's add that one now. And obviously we will add all the selection and everything later on once we have all the components ready. Okay, so for the new components, let's go to this underscore component, and here we'll create topic description .jsx, add a default template and save it. Now let's go to this page.jsx, and here instead of null, now you can write a condition. If active index is equal to 1, then show the topic description component, otherwise show null. Okay, so here now we'll add a condition with a question mark and save it. Now we will see on the next, which is topic description, you will see this component. Now let's go to this topic description component, and now in this component we want to show the topic along with the text area for the description, and this will be the input. Okay, so obviously in order to add the input component, let's go to the cn and search for the input component. See this one. Let's copy this npm command and make sure to install inside the VS Code, and also we want the text area, so I will use this text area component from the cn, copy this npm command and make sure to install it as well so that we can use it. Now inside this topic and description, let's add the div first, and inside the div we'll add a label, and here we'll say so I will just write, okay, so this particular label I added, write the topic for which you want to generate a course, and I also give some example. Okay, and this is my label, and under this label I will just add the input field, like this. Okay, and the placeholder, let's add a placeholder, and placeholder will be like, just say topic. Okay, you can add whatever the placeholder you want, and then save it. Let's go back to your application, and here you will see this input field is quite big, right? So for this particular div, we'll add a class name, we'll give margin x to 20, and on large screen we'll give margin x to 44. Okay, perfect. See, after that we want to add a text area, so we'll add a div. Inside div we'll add a label, and we'll simply say tell us more. Okay, so tell us more about your course, what you want to include in the course. Okay, so if you want, user want to give more information, okay, then he can add that one, and here we'll use a text area from the shared CN component, and here placeholder will be course description, or we'll say about your course. Okay, and then save it. Let's see how it looks. So let's give some margin from the top. So here we'll add a class name margin top to 5, and here as well we'll add a class name margin top to 5. Perfect. Okay, so these two field now we have. Obviously user will enter this information, and then on the click it will go to the next option. Okay, so let's go to this option field now and create a component for that one. Here we'll select the, or we'll create a new component called select option.jsx, add a default template, and inside this page.jsx, our last option is select option component. Okay, now inside this select option component we need to add a couple of select or a drop down field along with the input field. So let's divide this screen into multiple parts. So first thing, I added the div. For this div I will add a class name, we'll make it grid, and grid column 2. Okay, and inside this first thing I want to add the drop down in order to select the difficulty level of the course. So in order to add this drop down, let's go to the shared CN and select this select component. So this is how it will look like. In order to add it, just copy this npm command and simply add it into your project. Now this is the import statement in order to use it. So I will copy this import statement, just paste it here, and again I will copy this use case and we'll just modify it a little bit. So just paste it here. Now before saving, make sure to this particular div we'll give padding x to 10, on MD padding x to 20, and on large padding x to 44. And if I save this one, you will see this option. Also remove this width 180 pixels, so I don't want that one, and now we have option. Now for each of these select, right, let's add a, let's wrap inside the div actually, and here we can add a label as well, and for the label we'll say difficulty level, and we can add an option. So here we'll say select, which is the placeholder. Here we'll say beginner, intermediate, and advanced. The value will be the similar, I will keep it, so I will just copy paste. Perfect, and save. Now if I go back, you will see the option called difficulty level with these options. For this label I will make sure the text is smaller. Perfect. Now let's add another, and here make sure to give a gap of 10. Now make sure to format this document, and I will just copy this div and paste it here. Now second thing, we have the course duration. And for this course duration as well, you can say 1 hour course or 2 hours. Here we'll say 30 minutes, or let's say keep it 1 hour, okay, or more than 3 hours. So here we'll add 1 hours, same value, whatever value we added, okay, I will keep the same value and save it. Make sure it is getting rendered correctly. See, now another option to whether user want to add a video in the course or not, right, the video option, so that one as well we can add it. So for that one I will add the drop down with the yes or no option. So here we can say, let's give the name display video or add a video, and the option will be yes and no. So here we'll say yes, here we'll say no. So what we'll do, AI will automatically add the video inside each of the chapter, okay, or in each of the course. And then once we have this option, let's add another div, but in this case instead of this select, I'm just going to add the input field. Okay, now this input field, make sure to import it, and is of type number. Okay, and this input field is nothing but for the number of chapter. Okay, it will calculate the number of chapter, how many chapter are there. And I think that let's save it, and perfect. So if you see, now we have this 4 options. Okay, one for the difficulty level, one for the course duration, another is for to whether you want to include video or not, and last is number of chapters. Now here for each of the chapter I added this small emoji, so you can just copy from the Google or from your WhatsApp web and just paste it here. Okay, and for each of this text I added this emoji just to give some interesting look. And here I forgot to add label for the select category. So just before this category list, here I am going to add h2 tag and we'll say select the course category. Okay, let's make sure to add it over here inside the div. Something like this. Obviously we need to give this padding to this particular div and add a class name margin y to 5. Perfect. Now we have this select category option, and then user select any of this category and go to the next. Then he will fill this detail, go to the next, and then options. Now for each of these options we need to add the component. So let's go back to our application, and inside this create course I'm going to add a new folder called components. Now all the components related to this create course page or their route we are going to keep inside this underscore component folder, and inside here we'll create the first component called category, or we can say category select category, we can say select category component dot jsx. Add a default template and save it. So inside this select category, right, we need to show the list of category along with the icon. So inside this public folder I already added some of the icons. So this is the coding, the lotus, and the problem solve. I will just rename this to creative. Okay, so these 3 files I added. Now let's create a new folder called underscore shared, and inside this folder we'll create a new file called category list dot jsx. Okay, so all the category what you want to add you can keep in the one file, so that even though in future if you want to add a new file or make some changes in the category, you can just make into this particular file. Now here we'll say export constant and just export the list. Okay, so here we'll say id 1, then name of the category. So this need to be export default actually, and name of the category here we'll say programming, and then you need to give the icon. So path will be coding.png. so that is the file name which we keep inside this public folder. Okay, same thing, just copy this couple of times. I will make this id 2 and this one 3. So next category is health, and the last is creative. Now for the health, I think we have Lotus, and here we have creative. Okay, so this is the 3 category we added. Obviously if you want to add more, you can just add it. Now for each of this category, we are also going to add a prompt which is used to generate the data from the AI. Okay, so right now we are not adding, but we will make sure that field is there. Okay, so we just add the field, and whenever we want to add the prompt, I will tell you how to add it. Now let's go back to the select category. Now in order to display this particular component inside this create course page, under this component we need to add a condition. So whenever the active index is equal to 0, then we will add the select category component like this. Okay, otherwise we'll add another component, but we don't have another component, so I will just showing null for now, and then save it. Now if I go back to our application, and if you see on the category section, we have this select category option. Perfect. Now let's go to the select category component, and over here now we want to show the category option. So inside the div, let's iterate the category list dot map. Here we'll say item comma index and the arrow function. Inside here we'll add a div, and inside the div we want to show the image. So we'll simply add the image source, and now obviously this image we are getting from the local, so we can just write item icon width give 50, height is of 50, and then save it. Now if I go back to our application, you will see this 3 category icon is showing on the screen, and below that I will add the h2 tag for the name. So item dot name, and save it. Now for this div, let's add a class name. Let's make it flex and flex column. Make sure it's coming up. Then we'll give a padding of 5, and let's add a border to each of them. Okay, obviously we want in a horizontal way, so what we can do for this particular div, let's add a class name and make it grid column 3 and give gap of 10, something like this, say. Also we'll add a padding x to 10, and when on the medium screen we can add padding x to 20. Okay, now let's bring everything in center. So inside this div we'll add item to be in the center. Perfect. Then I will make the corner to be rounded, so we'll make rounded XL, and on hover we want to change the background color. So on hover we can add a border to be primary, along with on hover we want to change the background color to blue, let's say 100 or let's say 50 only. So if I hover on this one, you will see the change. Let's make this a cursor pointer and save. Perfect. Okay, so that's how our category selection is now ready. Now on the click of next, if you see we don't have the topic and description component, so let's add that one now. And obviously we will add all the selection and everything later on once we have all the components ready. Okay, so for the new components, let's go to this underscore component, and here we'll create topic description .jsx, add a default template and save it. Now let's go to this page.jsx, and here instead of null, now you can write a condition. If active index is equal to 1, then show the topic description component, otherwise show null. Okay, so here now we'll add a condition with a question mark. and save it. Now we will see on the next, which is topic description, you will see this component. Now let's go to this topic description component, and now in this component we want to show the topic along with the text area for the description, and this will be the input. Okay, so obviously in order to add the input component, let's go to the shared CN and search for the input component. See this one. Let's copy this npm command and make sure to install inside the VS Code, and also we want the text area, so I will use this text area component from the shared CN, copy this npm command and make sure to install it as well so that we can use it. Now inside this topic and description, let's add the div first, and inside the div we'll add a label, and here we'll say so I will just write, okay, so this particular label I added, write the topic for which you want to generate a course, and I also give some example. Okay, and this is my label, and under this label I will just add the input field like this. Okay, and the placeholder, let's add a placeholder, and placeholder will be like, just say topic. Okay, you can add whatever the placeholder you want, and then save it. Let's go back to your application, and here you will see this input field is quite big, right? So for this particular div, we'll add a class name, we'll give margin x to 20, and on large screen we'll give margin x to 44. Okay, perfect. See, after that we want to add a text area, so we'll add a div. Inside div we'll add a label, and we'll simply say tell us more. Okay, so tell us more about your course, what you want to include in the course. Okay, so if you want, user want to give more information, okay, then he can add that one, and here we'll use a text area from the shared CN component, and here placeholder will be course description, or we will say about your course. Okay, and then save it. Let's see how it looks. So let's give some margin from the top. So here we'll add a class name margin top to 5, and here as well we'll add a class name margin top to 5. Perfect. Okay, so these two field now we have. Obviously user will enter this information, and then on the click it will go to the next option. Okay, so let's go to this option field now and create a component for that one. Here we'll select the, or we'll create a new component called select option.jsx, add a default template, and inside this page.jsx our last option is select option component. Okay, now inside this select option component we need to add a couple of select or a drop down field along with the input field. So let's divide this screen into multiple parts. So first thing, I added the div. For this div I will add a class name, we'll make it grid and grid column 2. Okay, and inside this first thing I want to add the drop down in order to select the difficulty level of the course. So in order to add this drop down, let's go to the shared CN and select this select component. So this is how it will look like. In order to add it, just copy this npm command and simply add it into your project. Now this is the import statement in order to use it. So I will copy this import statement, just paste it here, and again I will copy this use case and we'll just modify it a little bit. So just paste it here. Now before saving, make sure to this particular div we'll give padding x to 10, on MD padding x to 20, and on large padding x to 44. And if I save this one, you will see this option. Also remove this width 180 pixels, so I don't want that one. And now we have option. Now for each of these select, right, let's add a, let's wrap inside the div actually, and here we can add a label as well, and for the label we'll say difficulty level, and we can add an option. So here we'll say select, which is the placeholder. Here we'll say beginner, intermediate, and advanced. The value will be the similar, I will keep it, so I will just copy paste. Perfect, and save. Now if I go back, you will see the option called difficulty level with these options. For this label I will make sure the text is smaller. Perfect. Now let's add another, and here make sure to give a gap of 10. Now make sure to format this document, and I will just copy this div and paste it here. Now second thing, we have the course duration, and for this course duration as well you can say 1 hour course or 2 hours. Here we'll say 30, or let's say keep it 1 hour, okay, or more than 3 hours. So here we'll add 1 hours, same value, whatever value we added, okay, I will keep the same value and save it. Make sure it is getting rendered correctly. See, now another option to whether user want to add a video in the course or not, right, the video option, so that one as well we can add it. So for that one I will add the drop down with the yes or no option. So here we can say, let's give the name display video or add a video, and the option will be yes and no. So here we'll say yes, here we'll say no. So what we'll do, AI will automatically add the video inside each of the chapter, okay, or in each of the course. And then once we have this option, let's add another div, but in this case instead of this select, I'm just going to add the input field. Okay, now this input field, make sure to import it, and is of type number. Okay, and this input field is nothing but for the number of chapter. Okay, it will calculate the number of chapter, how many chapter are there, and I think that let's save it, and perfect. So if you see, now we have these 4 options. Okay, one for the difficulty level, one for the course duration, another is for to whether you want to include video or not, and last is number of chapters. Now here for each of the chapter I added this small emoji, so you can just copy from the Google or from your WhatsApp web and just paste it here. Okay, and for each of this text I added this emoji just to give some interesting look. And here I forgot to add label for the select category. So just before this category list, here I'm going to add h2 tag, and we'll say select the course category. Okay, let's make sure to add it over here inside the div. Something like this. Obviously we need to give this padding to this particular div, and add a class name margin y to 5. Perfect. Now we have this select category option, and then user select any of this category and go to the next, then he will fill this detail, go to the next, and then options. Now we are going to record each of the user selection and choices. So in this case, let's select if user select some category or user enter some inputs, right? We need to save in one state, and we have to make sure each of the selection is going to pass from one component to the other component. So there is a couple of ways that you can do it. The basic way to do it is just pass the component from through the props from one component to other, right? But if you have multiple components, then that will be the headache, and we have to it will be very difficult to track each of the information. So to avoid this issue, we are going to implement the very important concept called context. Now, whenever you want to share some data between a multiple or nested child components from the parent component, this context is quite helpful. And from this context, you can even update your data from any child component, and it automatically reflect to all other child components as well. So let's implement that. Okay, so let's go back to your application, and inside this app folder I'm going to create a new component, new folder called underscore context. Okay, now whatever the context we are going to create, we will keep inside this folder, and inside this context folder I'm going to add a new or we'll create a new file. We'll say user input context.jsx. So whatever user enter the input or selected the input, right, that is used to store it, right? So here we'll just say export constant, and we'll give the same name as a file name is equal to create context, and then save it. Make sure it is imported from this context. Now whatever the components you want to share the data between, right, you have to wrap it to the parent component. So in this case, let's say you want to share all of this data between these three components along with this page.jsx, right? So better you can just wrap your layout.jsx under this context. So here we'll say user input context dot provider, and just wrap it like this. Okay, now over here I will make sure it's one component, so this div need to be outside. Perfect. And this, for this particular provider, we need to provide some default value. Okay, so let's add a state called constant. Here it will say user input or we'll say user course input set user course input is equal to use state, and initially it will be empty. Make sure to mark this particular component as a client. Okay, now once you define this provider, you need to pass this default state to this particular provider and then save it. Okay, now let's say you want to add the category to that particular context, right? So simply you need to define a constant, and in order to use the context, right, make sure to wrap this inside this curly braces and not in a square bracket. Okay, and then give the same name, whatever the name you or a state you pass, then you have to write is equal to use context, and then you need to provide the context name. So user input context. Okay, that's how you need to define the context. Now whenever user click on this particular category, we need to store in one state. So here we'll simply say on click event. Now inside this on click event, I will write a method handle user, here we say handle category change. Okay, now let's create this method constant handle category change like this. Now to this method, obviously we will pass the selected category name, so like this item dot name, and we will call it as a category. Okay, now when the user select on this one, this method will get called, and simply we'll set the course user input like this. So here we have to make sure we need to persist the previous data if there is any previous data, and then we'll say the spread operator with previous data along with the field name and their value. So in this case we'll say just category. Okay, so this is the field name and this is the value, and that's how you need to store it and then save it. Now whenever you update this user course input, right, we have to make sure that the category, or we need to show the selected category which one is selected. If I select the programming, we have to make sure the programming is get selected, and it's quite easy. So obviously you need to add the dynamic style for this one. So let wrap it in a curly braces. Let make sure it's correct. Then this quote, and just remove this single quote from here. Then we'll add a $sign and a condition. So here we'll add user course input is matches with the item dot name. Then we'll add a AND operator, and here we'll simply say border will be the primary and background blue 250, and then save it. Now if I go back and select this programming, okay, so it's not get selected. Let's see why. Oh, so from this user course input, if you see our category inside this category field, right? So here you just need to add category like this and then save it. Now if you see the programming is selected, if I select the health, you will see the health is now selected. Perfect, right? Now you might have a question how you get to know whether it is saving inside this user input or not, right? Let's print that particular context input value inside the page.jsx. So now I'm in page.jsx, which is the parent component, and simply I'm going to add that state over here, the context state. So I will just copy this as it is. Let's copy this line and I will paste it inside this page.jsx. So if you see this context get added, make sure to import this context and this user input context as well and save it. Now I will define the use effect, and this use effect will execute whenever the user course input change. Now this user course input context will change from any components, even though user select the category, or user select any option, or user select any topic or add topic and description. This user effect will get executed because we added this condition, right? And simply what I am going to do, I am going to add or print the user course input inside the console. Now let's go to the console, and here I will clean everything, and if I click health, you will see the category now is selected health. If I select creative, say, okay, so that's how is getting printed, and how this is how the context is quite helpful. Okay, so if you say you don't need to pass the selection from your child component to parent or parent to other child like that, with the context you can update from any component and you can print it out on any component as well. Now next part, let's go to the topic and description, because we want to fetch this or we want to store that topic and description as well. So simply here we'll write a method called on, or here we'll say handle input change, and it will take the name along with the value. Okay, so this is nothing but the field name and then field value. The arrow function here will say obviously we need to, I think, define the, let me get this context. It's a big line, so I'm just copy paste, I will paste it here. Make sure to import this use context and user input context. If you want to get this suggestion, it's quite easy. You just do the control space and then you will get this suggestion. Now inside the handle input change, we'll set the user course input along with the previous data, then the curly braces, and here we'll say spread operator with the previous data along with the field name and the value. Okay, so this is how easy it is. Now just copy this handle input change and whenever user enters something, right? So here we'll say, let's say user on this method, right, we need to add on change event. Now to this on change event, we will emit the event, then pass this or call this handle input change, the name of this particular field called topic, and the value will be e dot target dot value. Just copy this on change event for the description as well, and here we'll rename this to description, and for description as well we'll keep it everything same and save it. Now let's test this out. Now you select some of the category, let's say programming. If I go to the console, now click next, here you can add a topic. You want a Python course, and if you see, you got the category along with the topic. Here you can add a basic, let's say basic Python for starter, and you will see the field name and all of these things. Perfect, right? So that's how you can detect or you can save all the field along with their value. The next important thing is to collect these options. So it's quite easy again. First thing, I will just copy this line, which is quite important, and along with this code as well. Actually, let's copy both of these things and go to the select option. Here I will just paste the copy code and make sure to import this context along with this user input context, and I will call this handle input change for each of this field. Now on the select component, it has a method called all value change. It will simply return the selected value. Okay, obviously whatever the value you mention over here, that value will return when user select it, and we'll call this method called handle input change. The name of the field is the we call difficulty level. Okay, and we'll just pass the value. Here we say level only. Okay, next I will copy this on value change as it is, and for the next select operator I will put it here, and just I will change this to duration. Next, for the video, I will say display video and the value, and for the label it's little different, right? Here we'll say on change, and it will emit the event, and in order to get value, here we'll say event dot target dot value, and obviously the name will be the number of chapters. Okay, perfect, and save everything, and now test, or let's test everything. So let's select the difficulty level, let's say intermediate, duration 2 hours, add video, yes, number of chapter 5, and boom, you will get all the fields along with their value. Cool, right? Now let's go to the previous page, and what happened? Now your selection is no more over here, right? The selection is gone. The question is why this happened and how to solve this problem. Also we made one mistake, because right now if you see, by default it's showing this programming as a default one, because inside the select category we added the not here the active index, maybe we added this as a 0 maybe. Okay, not here, but let it be. But we have to make sure that the value should persist even though you come back to the previous page. Okay, in this case if you see, the value is persist, but in this case it's not there. So for the topic and description, let's go to the topic and description, we need to add a default value. So over here we'll add a default value, and default value is nothing but the value from this user course input. So here we'll simply say user course input dot topic, and if you see, now it's showing, right? If I go to the next page and come back, you will see the topic is getting persist, right? Same thing you need to do for the text area. So here I will add text area, and the field name is a description. Okay, and save it. Let's go to the select option as well, because for the option as well, if you see the option is not showing. So to this select one, we also have one more field property called default value, and here you need to specify which is the default value. So in this case I will select user course input dot level. Let's save it. Let's test this out, and I don't know whether it's selected or not. Oh, so let's select this programming. If I go back, it's still showing. Here we'll say React, go to the next, let's select difficulty level, previous, next. See, now it's still showing the intermediate. Perfect. Same thing you need to do for the other select. So let's bring this down. Here we'll say duration. Then for this one, we'll say display video, and for the input default value, I think that's correct. Default value will be the number of chapter. Let's save everything. Let's select some of the value, go to the previous state, go to the next stage, and if you see, everything is there along with this selection as well. See, okay. So guys, that's how you need to persist your data, so that even user go to the next page, previous page, your data will be there. Okay. Now here we need to make sure this button is disabled until and unless the user select the particular option. Now in this case, if user did not select any category, we have to make sure this button is disabled, and same thing we have to do it for all other options as well. Okay, so let's go back to our application, and to this button I'm going to add a field called disable, and I'm going to call a method called check status, and it will return true and false depends on the condition. So here we'll say constant check status. Okay, and I will write use to check next button enable or disable status. Okay, now it's a simple condition we need to write. So first thing I will write if user course input dot length, if it's equal to 0 means user did not select anything, then we'll simply return true. Okay, otherwise we will return false. So if the condition did not match, obviously we'll return the false. And if you go back to our application, and let me go back to previous page, let me refresh the screen, and if you see, currently it's showing disable. As soon as I select some value, it is showing as a enable. Okay, next the condition is else if, or just write if user course input, or before that I will write active index is equal to 0, and here we'll say user course input dot category has a length, and or sorry, it's or condition, and it is not undefined, right? So here we'll say category is not or is equal to undefined. If this both condition matches, then we'll disable the button. So we'll simply return true. Okay, so if I go back to our application and refresh the screen, so right now it's disabled. Let's see the what is the issue over here. Okay, so this need to be is equal to 0. So we have to make sure the length is 0, and if you see, now it's enabled. If I, even though if I refresh it, until and unless user did not select anything, it is disabled. But as soon as user select a button, then it is enabled. Okay, now next we have to implement for this topic and description. We have to write this condition because we are not using the form. Okay, and our component is spread all over the different places, so that's the reason. So here the condition is if active index is equal to 1, and user course input dot topic has a length which is greater than 0, we can say, or is equal to 0, or it is not undefined, or it is obviously it is, if it is undefined, then we will simply going to disable the button. So here we'll say return false and save it. Okay, so if I refresh the screen, select and go to the next, right now it is still enabled, So let's see what is the issue. So it looks correct over here, this topic and this topic as well. Oh, so return need to be true. So that's the why. And if you see, now it is disabled. As soon as I put some topic, it is enabled. Now again you can click next, and here also we need to implement. Now in this case the button is different, right? So we need to call this check status method to, or I will just copy this to the generate status button. Okay, so let's go back and here write a condition. So here we'll say else if active index is equal to 2, and here there are a lot of condition we need to add it. So first is if user course input dot level is equal to undefined, or user course input dot let me see the what are the different field name we gave, right? So one is the level, then duration, display video. Okay, let's add duration. Okay, duration is equal to undefined, or course input, sorry, user course input dot display video is equal to undefined, or user course input dot number of chapter is equal to undefined. So if all these condition matches, then we'll return as a true. Okay, so right now if we disable, let's select the options, and boom, if you see, now it is enabled. Okay, so this is important when you are selecting, because we don't want pass the prompt to the AI with a undefined value, right? So we have to make sure that all the fields user entered correctly, and then only we are enabling this option to generate the course layout. Now before moving forward, let me talk about the tubegurji.com. tubegurji.com, in which you can access the exclusive courses along with the source code for each of these courses. Not only that, but you can keep track of each of the courses chapter by chapter. You have your own personalized dashboard as well, which will show you the progress as well. So in order to join it, you can join it just under $9 per month, and you can get the access to all the courses and the source code. Now let's move back to our application. So now we want to generate the basic course layout, and depends on the user selection. And for that one, we are going to use a Gemini Google's AI model. But before that, let me walk through the complete workflow and how it's gonna work. Once user click on this generate course layout, we are going to create a basic AI prompt. Okay, now this prompt obviously is based on the user selection, and once the prompt is ready, we will pass it to the Google Gemini API. Once we pass, it will generate the basic layout for our course as a output, and then that particular output, obviously we're gonna store it inside our database. And once we have that all the course layout, then we are going to display the basic course layout in a new screen. Okay, here we are giving option to the user to update the course title, the course, even have option to upload the course image, and here they can also change the chapter over here. Okay, and once everything is done, then we will generate the final course along with the content as well. Obviously, if user is selected to display the video, then we are also generating the YouTube video from the Google's YouTube API. Okay, but from the each chapter, we are going to generate the content from the Gemini AI model again, and everything we are going to store in our database. So this is the basic and complete workflow that how our course generation will work. Okay, now let's go back to our application, and first thing we need to set up the AI model. So for that one, as I say, we are going to use the Google's Gemini API. The reason that I'm going to use, because Gemini is much more powerful than the ChatGPT 3.5, and again it's free to use. Just go to the ai.google.dev/Gemini API and you will launch on this official website. Over here, if you want to see the pricing, let's go to this pricing, and here you will find that it's completely free of charge. Okay, obviously you have limitation that you can generate only 15 rpm, means 15 requests per minute, but it's more than enough. Okay, but if you want to move to the bigger size audience, then you can go to this pay as you go. But for now, for the development or for a small scale, it's so completely free. Now if you don't have an account, just create an account and sign it with the Google, and then you will jump on this Google AI Studio, okay, where you will see the option to generate the API key. If I go to this API key, and here you will get an option to create a new API key. Now I already have some of the API key ready, so I will use the existing one. Now let's talk about the how and where we are getting the code in order to integrate it. Now first thing, as I told you in the mockup, right, that we need to generate the AI prompt. Okay, so it's quite easy. I already have prompt written, so I will also attach that into the or also available in the source code as well. So if you see, it's just saying that generate a course tutorial on the following detail with the field as a course, as a course name, description, along with the chapter name, about, and the duration. Okay, now in this one, this particular is the basic one. Okay, it's a constant and we got not going to change. This prompt is fixed prompt, but whatever the prompt that going to update is this, which is in the blue color, right, where we will provide the category whatever the user is selected, then topic along with the level, duration, number of chapter, and most important, at the last we will write in JSON format. Okay, let's try to run this particular prompt. So copy this one. If you want to take a screenshot of this one, you can just take it and just paste it over here and just run. Now automatically the AI Studio will give you the complete layout of the given topic. So obviously I select the topic as a Python, and they give the category and everything along with the name of the course, the description of the course, and the chapter, the how many chapter we selected. So in this case we selected 5 chapters, so it's returning us 5 chapters along with their duration for each chapter, how much time it will take to complete that particular chapter. Cool, right? And that's how you will generate your AI course layout. Okay, now let's talk about how we are going to integrate. So on the left hand side you will see this button called get code. Click on this button and make sure to select this as a JavaScript, and here this is the basic code that we want to use it as it is. But before that we need to install this generative AI SDK. So copy this command, go to your project, and inside the terminal just paste it here. Okay, so it will install the Google Gemini API SDK. Let me close all of this tab for now, and outside of this app folder, it means on the root directory, we are going to create a new folder called configs. Now inside this config folder, let's create AI model.jsx, and inside this AI model we will copy all of this code as it is and let's paste it here. Okay, now this is just an import statement that these are some of the things we want to add it. Next, if you see, we need to provide the API key. So this API key you will get it. Let me close this tab. If you want to save this prompt, you can just save it. So here you can give the name, we'll say course generate 2, and go to this API key and just copy this API key like this. Okay, and obviously you can paste it directly over here, but just make sure go to this .env.local, add next_public, and here we'll say Gemini API key is equal to, and paste this key so that you can use it over here, something like this. Next, this is the generative AI. To this particular reference we pass this API key, and this is just a model name. Obviously if you want to go to the pro, you can just change this model name as well. Then this is the configuration, okay, how many maximum output tokens and everything. Here make sure to update this in the form of JSON, okay. So when you want to parse the result from the text to the JSON, it will be very easy and helpful without any error. So this is very important. Next, we don't want to call this function, so I will remove this run method and make sure to export this chart session. So here I will export this chart session. The reason is so that we can use this to generate the AI model, okay. And here we'll say instead of writing the chart session, we'll say generate course layout, okay. Now in that one, obviously this is the configuration we pass. This is the history. Now history is important because whenever you want to generate the second response, right, or multiple response thereafter, it will take a reference of this history and it will generate the exact same kind of output or similar output. The reason is when you want to display it on the screen, it will be easy, right, and we want the similar kind of output every time. Obviously the content will be different, the format will be the same. That's the reason we added this history. And obviously we don't want this one because we want to call this method somewhere inside our application. But most important thing, make sure to export this particular model, okay, and save it. Now your AI model is ready. Now it's ready to use it. So let's go to this app and where we have the create course, and inside this page.jsx we are going to create a new method. So here we'll write constant generate course layout, okay. Now you might have a question why I'm calling layout, because we are generating just a basic layout, and once we have the basic layout and then user is finalize that layout, then only we'll generate the actual content for each of the chapters in the course, okay. So inside this generate course layout, obviously this method we are going to call it on the click of this generate course layout, okay. So obviously here we don't want this active index, so I will replace it with this generate course layout, okay. Now inside here we'll say constant result, or before that actually we want to generate the prompt. We need to write a prompt. So here we'll say basic prompt is equal to, and from here, oh sorry, not this one, from here this is our basic prompt as I say, right. So I will copy everything as it is and we'll paste it here. Then we'll say user input prompt. So whatever the users selected the value and all, right, from that one we are generating the prompt. So obviously that one as well, we copy this and paste it. But over here obviously we want to change the value, okay. So first thing, the category. So this need to be user input, so user course input dot category. Then the topic, so user course input dot topic, because from the context we have all the value, right. We are just make sure to replace it inside our prompt. So here we'll say user course input dot level. Oops. Then the duration, and number of chapters. Okay, now these both the prompt are ready. Now here we say final prompt. Now in the final prompt we are just adding these two prompt together. So basic prompt plus user input prompt, okay. And before making anything, right, I want to print it out and I have to make sure that we are getting all the value correctly and our prompt is correct one, okay. So let's save it. Let's go back to your application. Let's refresh this page first and let's select this category. Let's select the programming first, then click next. Here we'll say let's add SQL, okay. You can add this description as well, then click next. Then difficulty level, intermediate, advanced, let's say beginner. The 1 hour course, you want video, you say yes, and we want to generate 6 chapters. Now go to the inspect panel, go to the console, and here click generate course layout. And if you see, it's generated this particular prompt, right? Now make sure all the field for each of these option are populating. Perfect, right? Now once we have this prompt ready, now we need to make a AI model call. So here we say constant result is equal to await. So let's make this as a async. Then here we'll say generate course layout. So here AI we will write like this, okay, because otherwise this method will be same. And here make sure to import this from this AI model. See, now it has a method call, let me copy this method. If you see, this is the method called send message, okay. So I will copy this as it is, dot send message. See, it's coming now. And here we need to pass this final prompt. How easy it is, right? And once we have the result, we'll just console this result dot response dot text. Obviously we'll get the result in the form of text, but you can just parse it into a JSON. So I will just also pass it to the JSON only, okay. So both the things I'm going to write. Now here when the AI generating the response, right, it will might take a few seconds of time to generate it. So let's maintain one state called loading comma set loading is equal to use state, and we'll initially make it as a false. And when it started generating the course, we'll set the loading as a as a true. And when the loading is completed or everything is done, we'll set the loading as a false, okay. Now let's save both the things and let's test this out. So now let's click the course. We have the course, we have this topic and the basic information. Let's click on generate course layout, okay. Now it takes some time, okay, as I say, and boom, if you see, we have the all the course information over here. You will see it is in the form of JSON. If I expand this one, say course, and inside the course we have the basic selection that we made it, right. Also they give the course name, the description, and in that one we will get the 6th chapter. How cool it is, right? So that's how AI will generate the basic layout for our application. So until this point, if you have any question, let me know in the comment section. Now before moving forward, moving to the next section, we want to add the loading, okay. That is very important when you're generating the course layout, right? Otherwise you just don't know whether this course is generating or not, right? So for that one, we want to add the layout or some kind of a dialog with the progress bar or something like that. So for that one, I'm going to teach you how easily we can build our own custom loader. So inside this create course underscore under this component folder, let's create a new component called loading dialog.jsx, okay, and add a default template over here and save it. Now inside this loading dialog, I'm going to use a shared scenes alert dialog component, okay. If I click on this one, see, this dialog will open, but you cannot, even though if you click outside, this dialog will not close unless you close it with the button, correct. Now we need to use this component, so copy this npm command, make sure to install this one, and then copy this import statement as well. Over here inside this loading dialog, make sure to import it and then import this sample example as well, okay, and save it. Now over here, if you see, this is the trigger, right, and I don't want this trigger because I want to programmatically open and close this alert dialog. So this has a method called option called open, and here you can pass the loading value, whether it's a true and false, okay. So we'll accept the loading like this and save it, and let me show you the demo. Now this particular loading dialog we need to import inside this create course page. So at the bottom you can import it, loading dialog, like this, and to this loading dialog we'll pass the loading state. Okay, now currently the loading state is false. Okay, and if you see currently it's not showing anything, but as soon as I make this as a true, you will see this dialog. Okay, cool, right? Now obviously we want to remove this all the content. We don't want title, and in the description as well we want some kind of loading animated icons, right? We don't want this button as well, so I will remove this button, and let's find some animated icon. So let's go to this flat icon. Okay, if you see this flat icon.com and select this animated icons. Okay, now you will find all the animated icon here. You can even search it. Let's search for the rocket, and if you see, you have bunch of different option over here. Now you can select the one which you like it. I will select this one. Okay, and just click download. Now it's completely free to use. Okay, so many people ask me for the assets, where you find it. I don't pay. Don't worry, this is the one of the best site to find the icons. Now once you have this GIF file, copy this one, go to your project, and inside this public folder just paste it here, and just paste it. I will just rename this to loader.gif. Okay, perfect. Now simply inside this loader we need to paste, we need to display it as an image. Let's add a div first, and let's add an image source. Here we'll say /loader.gif. Make sure the extension is correct. Close this image tag, and here we'll add a width of 100, height of 100, and save it. Now let's go back to our application, and boom, if you see, we have this beautiful loader. Correct, the image is displaying on the screen. Below that I'm going to write h2 tag, and here we'll say please wait, AI working on your course. Okay, and for this div, let's add a class name, make it flex column, and item to be in the center. We'll give padding y to 10 and save it, and boom, if you see, we have this beautiful dialog or loader for us. Now if you want to make more addition to this one, you are happy to do it. Okay, it's very easy. And now this dialog obviously will enable and disable depends on the loader value. Let me show you the final demo of this one. So make sure it is false initially. Let's save this one, and let's, in this case, let's select this creative option. For course I will select YouTube AI video. Okay, click next. Now here you can select the difficulty level, add video, yes, I want 3 chapters, and generate the course layout, and boom, if you see, now it's generating the course and showing the loader. And now we have the result. If you go to the console, you will see the result as well. Okay, perfect. So that's how, guys, you can generate the course with the help of Gemini AI model. Obviously this is just a layout, and there are a lot of things we need to do. Next important thing, whatever the information or layout we are generated, we need to save inside our database. Okay, so we'll see you in the next section. Now it's time to save our course layout output, which is generated in the form of JSON, to our database. So we need to set up a backend for our application, and for that one we are going to use this Drizzle ORM. The ORM nothing but the object relational mapping, which help us to access our data much more efficient way. And if you are new and you don't know how to write the queries and all, don't worry, the Drizzle ORM is a best option for you, and very easy to integrate as well. I'm going to show you the step-by-step guide to add and set up our backend. So first thing, let's go to this orm.drizzle.team. I will keep the link in the description. Then go to the documentation, and inside the documentation you will see on the left hand side called PostgreSQL. Now PostgreSQL is the database which we are going to use to store our data. And you might have question, you don't know anything about the PostgreSQL or how to write a query. Don't worry, because it's just like a Excel column. You can just consider like in that way, and you don't need to write a query, trust me. Okay, and in order to set up a SQL, this PostgreSQL database, we are going to use this Neon service provider, which will provide a free PostgreSQL database. Okay. Now, first thing, let's install these two dependency, one for the Neon database serverless SDK and the Drizzle kit SDK as well. Go to your project, make sure to paste this both the commands, so it will install the both the SDK for us. And then once it is done, right, you need to copy this line of code, okay, and then go back to your application, make sure that both the dependencies installed. Let me close all of this tab for now, and inside the config folder we'll create a new file called db.jsx. Just paste this command. Let's remove this line, we don't need it over here. And the next step, we need to add this database URL. Now this database URL, we need to get it from the Neon service provider. Okay, now as I say, Neon provide a free PostgreSQL database. Now if you don't have an account on the Neon, just create a new account and just log in it. Over here I already have account, so I will just log into the account, select the project, or you can create a new project as well. And here you have option to create a new database. So right now if you see, I already have many database over here. Okay, but if you want to create a new database, click on it and give the project name. So here we'll say AI course generator, and let's create. Now it will create this connection string. Copy this connection string, go to your project, and inside your .enu.local file we'll add that. So next underscore public is equal to db connection string is equal to, and paste this string, copy this environment variable and just replace it over here. Okay, perfect, and then save it. Now make sure to export this db so that you can use it in your application, and you can refer this db from this db.jsx. Okay, so save this one. Now next thing, we are going to create a schema. Now schema is nothing but the structure of your table, and what will be the table name and what will be the column in that table you want to add, you will define inside this schema. Okay, and it's very easy to add the schema. So first thing, we'll do export constant, we need to give schema name, let's say course list. Then here we need to write pg table, means PostgreSQL table, and then you need to provide the table name. So make sure give the same name as your schema name, and then inside the curly braces you need to provide all the column name. The first column I will say the column ID. So I gave the serial means, okay, make sure it is not importing from the MySQL, make sure everything is importing from the PG core only. Okay, means PostgreSQL. Now here serial will give you the auto generated value for the ID. So here we'll say ID and make sure it is a primary key. Next we'll say course ID. Now course ID will be in the varchar. Okay, means integer or string, character, anything is acceptable. Here give the column name as a course ID, and this column is not null, means you cannot put a null value or you cannot keep it as a empty. Okay, that need to be a value, need to be there, otherwise Drizzle ORM will throw an error. Okay, then name of the course, again this is a varchar, we'll say name and not null. Then we need to add the course category, so here we'll say varchar category dot not null. Now I will pause the video and I will add the remaining columns. Now here I added the remaining column. Now make sure for the course output you the type is a JSON. Okay, and then you give the name of the column and make sure it is not null, and make sure also that all the fields are importing from this PG core only. Okay, and then save it. Now your schema is ready. Now let's go to this go to the documentation and go to the Drizzle kit. Okay, now inside the Drizzle kit, let's scroll down little bit and search for the configuration section. Okay, now this configuration is quite helpful when you want to update or push all the changes of your database. Now obviously we are using JavaScript, so select this drizzle.config.js file, copy this line of code, and we need to create this file call drizzle.config.js inside the root directory. Okay, so here we'll say drizzle.config.js and simply paste this code. Now here you need to provide the schema name, so which is inside the config folder slash schema.jsx. Make sure that JSX only, yeah, okay. And here you need to provide the DB URL. So in our case, this is the string. I will paste it here and then save it. Okay. And the last thing, we need to update our script. So inside this package.json, we'll add two scripts. One is to db push. Now here we'll say drizzle kit push. Now this particular command will help us to update your database with the schema. So whatever you mention in the schema, and when you run this drizzle kit push, it will update your database. And the another is DB Studio. DB Studio is quite helpful in order to access your data. You can obviously add, delete, and whatever you want to do, you can do it from this studio. Okay, so if you want to learn more about the studio, go to this Drizzle and search for the studio. And if you see, this is how the table structure will look like on the studio. We can obviously we are going to use it, and I will go to show you how to do it. Now let's save everything, then go to your project and now run npm run db push command. Okay, so it will push your code. So right now if you see, it's saying that no such a file path config. Okay, so I think our folder name is configs with a s. So let's change this one. So inside the drizzle you have to update this with this configs. Okay, and then come back, clear this one, and now run again same command npm run db push. And if you see, it's pulling the schema and it's saying the changes are applied. Okay, it means our database, or sorry, our table in the database is now ready. Now you can run npm run db studio. Okay, now it will run your studio on this particular URL. Just click on it and open it in browser, and then you will see this particular studio, where on the left hand side you will see the table which you just created called course list, and you will see this all the column inside that particular table. Okay, so this column is nothing but the whatever column we mentioned inside our schema. Okay, now obviously you can run the SQL query over here. You have drizzle runner, and from here you will see your schema as well. Okay, now obviously I don't know, I think you don't you cannot update from here. If you want to update, you can just update in your code and push the code. So whenever or anytime when you make a change inside your schema, you need to run db push command, okay, in order to update your tables inside your database. Perfect. Now our schema and table are ready. Let's save our course layout. So let's go to this create course, go to this page.jsx, and that's where we is generating the course. Now what I will do, I will create a new method called constant save save course layout in db. Okay, just meaningful, and inside here we'll say constant, then result is equal to, here we'll say await and db. Now make sure that db is accessing from this config db. Okay, dot insert, and here you need to provide the schema name. So in this case our schema name is course list from this schema dot values, whatever the value you want to insert. Okay, now here you need to mention each of the value. Now here we are using await. Let's make this as async. Now this particular method we are going to call inside this generate course layout like this. Okay, and then here we'll pass the output in the form of JSON. So I will just pass it here like this, and here we'll set the loading as a true again, and once it's finished we'll set the loading as a false. Now once we have the list of course, right, here we will add the value. First thing, we'll add the course ID. Now in order to generate the course ID, we are going to use a unique identifier. So if you search for this UID4, which will generate the unique universal identification number, okay. And first install this one, and if you see the format of this one, so once it's generate, I don't know whether format is mentioned or not, but just install this dependency. So I will add a new terminal and paste it here. And in order to use this one, this is the way that you can generate this universal unique identification number, okay. So here we'll say where id UUID4, make sure to import this one and simply use this id. Then we'll need to mention the course name. So here we'll say name. The course name we'll get it from this course user input dot topic. Then we want to show the level. Then again this one as well, we'll get the user course input dot level. Then we have the what else we have, the category is important, so let's add that one. So for the category we'll say user course input dot category. Also we'll get the output. Now this particular method we are calling inside this generate course layout, and inside here we pass the output. So here we'll say course layout. Make sure this course layout will import it. So here we'll say course output as a course layout, okay. Then created by, obviously this created by will be the name, the email ID of the user who created this course. In order to get the user detail, you can get it from the user clerks hook, okay. Make sure it is imported. So let's search over here, that it might get imported, I'm not sure where. Okay, so make sure it is imported from the clerk, see. And next let me go back over here. Now here we'll say user dot primary email address dot email address. Then the username we need to add. So here we'll say username as user, user name in capital, and here we'll say user dot full name, and the last user profile image, which is user dot image URL, okay. So all this fill now we added, and once it is successful we'll just console the result, finish, something like this, okay. And obviously the loading will be the false over here. Let's save it and let's test this out. So let's go back to our application. Let's refresh this one. Here I will select the programming language category, then topic you can give, let's say Python. Next you can select the level, let's select the advanced, duration 1 hour, and number of chapter, let's say 5, and click generate course. Now if you see we have this beautiful loader. Now we'll wait, and obviously it's gone. Hopefully it is get imported, but in console make sure you don't have any error. But if I go to this studio now, let's go to this course list, and boom, if you see inside the course list, now we have the ID 1 with this course ID, the name of the course, the category, the level, whether it's advanced or not. If you see this course output, now if you click on this, double click, you will see our output in the form of JSON. How cool it is, right? Then you have created by username and the user profile image. Now obviously if you want to add more column, you can add that one. Also you from the studio you have option to add record, delete a record, and many other things. You can access it, okay. Perfect. So that's how guys you can save your course layout into your database. So that is the easiest way to set up our backend and to store our data. Now one more important thing we need to do is, once the data is inserted, we want to navigate to the new screen with the course ID, okay. So we need to create a new route. So inside this create route, right, create course, we want to create a dynamic route, okay. When we say dynamic, so let me tell you how it works. So let's say this is the page we want to design, right, and here we'll say create course, and we will add some course ID over here, okay. Now this will be every time this will be a different, okay. but we want to show same page but different content depends on this particular course ID. So let's do that. So let's go back to your application, and inside this create course, in order to add a dynamic route, let's create a new folder, and here we'll simply add course ID like this. See, okay, so make sure your folder name will start with this square bracket and your name will be inside that. Click enter, and inside here we'll create page.jsx file. Now let's add a default template, and here we'll say course layout. You can say anything, but I will say course layout, and then save it. Okay, now in order to navigate it, first inside this create course page, let's define the router is equal to use router from the next/navigation, and then over here we'll simply go to the next page. Okay, so here I will say replace, and because if even though user try to go back, it will not go back. Okay, we don't want to use such option. And then here we say create course slash and the course ID. So in this case course ID is nothing but this ID. Here I will say course ID. Okay, perfect. Now we have this beautiful course ID over here, and save it, and let's test this out. Maybe I can write after this and save. So over here let's select the health option now. Then I will click next. Here you can say yoga. Okay, next, difficulty level beginner, course duration 2 hours, and number of chapter let's say 5, and generate the course layout. Now it will generate the course layout, and once it generated, it should navigate to the new screen. Boom, see, with the course ID. How cool it is, right? Now obviously with this course ID we will fetch the record information from our database, because we already have the course ID over here. From that we'll fetch it and we'll display it on the screen. Now on this screen we are going to display the course layout, and if your user want to edit it, user can have option to edit the course title or chapters. Okay, and then we are going to generate the content for each of the chapters. So in order to design this particular page, if you see as per this mockup, we have this course title and add course option along with the banner for our course. Okay, so we are giving option user to upload the image as well. Then we have the course information. On this course information section, we are going to show whether the course, what is the course level, is it difficult, easy, or duration, all of these things. And then we are going to show the list of chapters. One more important thing before moving forward to design this page, I want to tell you that in this particular table, I'm going to add one more column, and which will show whether this particular course list need a video or not, right? So by default, because we gave option whether video is required or not, yes or no, right? So what we can do, we can just go to the schema. So let's go to the schema inside this config folder, and inside here we'll simply add a new field. Okay, and we can call it as a include video. Okay, and this will be a yes or no option, and by default I will add the default as a yes. Okay, something like this. You can mention yes with a capital, and I think that's good, and save it. Now in order to update your schema, right, I will stop the studio first, and simply I will run this npm run db push, so it will update our table with a new schema. Okay, and if you see, it's saying changes applied. Now simply run your studio again, and then if I refresh this screen, you will see the new column will get added. Okay, so if you see, I don't know it's updated or not over here. So my bad. So if you see over here, we give the same column name as a level, so that's the reason. And now save it. Okay, so make sure the column name is different, and now if I push it, now it's saying changes applied. Let's run it and let's test this out. So hopefully it is getting inserted, and if you see, now we have new column called include video. So by default it is yes. Perfect. Now let's go back and let's start designing this particular page. So first thing, we need to get the course information with the help of this particular ID. Okay, because we have the course ID. So let's go back to our application, and over here inside this app folder we have the create course. Under that we have course ID and page.jsx. So let's define a new method called constant get course and then arrow function. Now first thing, we need to get the course ID. So course ID we will get it from the params. So it will take the params like this, and from the params we have the course ID. Okay, now let's show you how it looks. So I will just print this use effect, and whenever the params information is available, this use effect will get execute. Okay, and I'm just displaying this parameter value. Now if I go to this inspect panel and go to the console, you will see the not actually this one, but let me refresh the screen. Oh, so if you see, we have an error that we need to make this page as a client side. Perfect. And if you see, we have this course ID now, okay, which you can access it using params.course ID. So let's access that one inside this get course. Now first thing, we'll say constant result is equal to await, then db comma select, because we want to fetch the data. Then we need to provide the from which table we want to fetch. So in this case the schema is course list. Okay, and you can add the condition as well. Okay, let's say you want to add where clause and equal to, and depends on the course ID we want to fetch the data. So here we'll say course list dot course ID should match with the params dot course ID. Okay, and as well as you can add one more where condition, or you can even write inside this and operator only. Okay, so you can even try to, let's write over here. So we'll add the and operator, and inside add we'll add this first condition along with the second condition. So here we'll say course list dot created by should match with the current user. Okay, so obviously we need to provide the user email over here. So we'll just add the hook called use user, so that we'll get the user email ID. So, or let me bring this down, user dot primary email address dot email address, something like this. Okay, and let's make this as a async, and then we'll simply return the result. Okay, now this particular method get course we will call over here. We'll say whenever the parameters information available, because we want to use the course ID, right, then only execute this get course. And let's save it and let's check it out. So if I go to the inspect panel and go to the console, so right now we got array of 0. Okay, so maybe our query is not correct. So okay, one important thing we forgot, that we need to make sure it will also execute whenever the user information is available. Okay, now if I go to the inspect panel and check the console, you will see the result. Okay, now this result is a array list of array, and obviously we need to fetch the first element and we need to save in one state. So let's define one state, and we'll simply say course comma set course is equal to use state. Okay, and over here we'll simply set the course as a result of 0, and that's all. So that's how you can generate, or you can get the course information. Now once we have the course information over here, okay, I will keep this console locked so that we can refer the field name when we want to display. Now over here let's add a h2 tag, and here we'll say course layout. Here add a class name, we'll add a font to be bold, text to be in the center, and text is of 2XL. For this div we'll add a class name, we'll add a margin top to 2, padding x, or the let's add padding x to 7. When the screen size is medium, we'll add a padding x to 20, and on the larger screen we'll add padding x to 44. Let's see how it looks. I will close this one, and this is the course layout text is showing on the screen. Next, we want to add the basic information. Okay, so here let's add basic info, and for each of these section we are going to create the component. Okay, then we want to add the course detail. So in that we're gonna show the duration and all. Then the list of chapters or lessons we can say, and then the final button to generate the course content. Okay, right now we just have the layout. So let's create a component for each of them. So under this course id, I'm going to create a new component called new folder called underscore components, and inside this one I'm going to create course basic info.jsx component. Now let's add a default template, save this one and make sure to import over here. So here we'll say course basic info and then save it. Now to this course basic info, pass the course information and just accept it here like this. Okay, next let's go to this course, we already have in course basic info. Over here I will add some div first. Now let me go back to our mockup. So first thing on the left hand side, we have the course details like title and description, and on the right hand side we have the image. Okay, but right now we don't have image, so we are giving option to upload the image as well. So over here to this particular div, let's add a class name. We'll make a grid and grid column 2. Okay, let's make grid column 1, and when the screen size is medium we'll make grid column 2. Okay, now first and second div. Now in first div we want to show the title, so here we'll simply add the h2 class and we'll say font, we here will say course dot, let's see the fill name which you want to access, right? So if you go to the inspect panel and the console, over here you will see the fill name which is the course output, right? So access it course output dot, and then you want to display the name of the course. So inside here we again have the course and then we have the name. Okay, so here we'll say course dot name and then save it. Now if you see the course name is showing on the screen, which is saying yoga for beginners. Now next we want to add the description, so I will copy all of this and make sure the fill name, because this is first time you are adding, so make sure the fill name and everything is correct and save it. And if you see now it's displaying. So let's add some styling. So for this one I will add a class name, we'll add padding of 10, we'll add a border, we'll make rounded corner to XL, we'll add shadow small and save it. Now if you see we have this layout, let's add margin top to 10. I'll make it 5 only. Perfect. Now let's add some styling. So to this h2 tag we'll add a class name. Here we'll say font bold and text is of 2XL, and for the description we'll add a class name, we'll say text extra small, text is of gray 400 and margin top to 3. I think let's not give, let make it small only. Perfect. Okay, if you want you can just truncate some of the values. So here you have truncate. Okay, and so if I add the truncate, it's like adding only in one line. Okay, let's keep as it is for now. Okay, so I will remove this truncate and will keep as it is. And on the right hand side we want to show the image. So currently I have the placeholder for that one. So if I go over here, let's go to the global in public folder, and we have this placeholder.png file. So I will keep that one on the right hand side, which is our image. So here we'll say image, from the next slash image add a source, and here we'll say slash placeholder.png. Let's add a width of 300, height of 300. Let's add a class name. Here we'll say width to be full, rounded to be Excel, and then save it. For this grid, let's add gap of 5 and save, and boom. If you see, we have this banner as well as we have the image as well. Oh, sorry, the information. Let's assign some height to this one. Okay, let's say you want to add a height of 200 pixel, or let's make it a bit bigger, maybe 300. Okay, and here, in order not to stretch our image, we'll say object cover, something like this. Okay, I think 250 is fine. Perfect. Below this one, we want to add some information, so we'll add the the category of the course. Okay, so let's add a div, and here we'll say category. So, or let's add a h2 tag only, simple. Here we'll say course dot category. I think we have the category as well, or you can just access it from here. See, this category we will add it, so which you can access it from directly from the course, and save it. Now obviously it will display it on the screen, but here I'm going to add an icon. So let's go to this React icons and search for go to the hero icon actually, and search for something like puzzle. Let's use this one as our category. Okay, this is just an icon, so copy this import statement and let's paste it here. Also copy this component and let's add it here. To this class name I will add a class, to this h2 tag we'll add a class name. We'll say font medium, then margin top to 2. We'll add a flex gap of 2, and let's make it item to be in the center, and we'll change the color to primary. Here I will make 3XL the name of the course. Let's see how it looks. Perfect. Okay, now this is the information, this is the basic details, and then we have the category, and below that we want to show the button. Okay, so currently obviously this all the components we are going to reuse for the once the course is ready and you want to share with your friends, right? The same page we are going to display, but obviously with some small changes. But over here now I'm going to add a button, and make sure to import this button from the component slash UI button from the chat scene obviously, and here we'll say start. Okay, obviously I'm going to update that in a moment, but for now let's keep as it is, and let's give width as a full. So let's move this button inside this first div grid, column, and perfect. Okay, let's add some margin from the top. So here margin top to 5 and save it. Perfect. Okay, so that's how we have the start button and this particular section. Now let's add second component, which is the course detail. So let's add a new component called course detail.jsx, add a default template, and then inside the page.jsx over here I will add course detail component and then save it. To this course detail component we'll add course as a course and save. Okay, now make sure to accept that course information here. Now inside this course information let's add a div, and inside this div obviously I will add a class name. Here we'll give the grid column 2 on the smaller screen, and on the medium screen we'll add grid column 3. Okay, then to this particular div we'll add a class name, we'll add a border padding of let's add a 6 or 7, something like this. Let's add a rounded XL, shadow small, and margin top to 3 and save it. and let's see how it looks. See, now inside here we'll add couple of div. First let's display the first div. Inside that we want to show the icon. Okay, so and along with that one we want to also show the skill level. Okay, so for that one let's search icon and let's search for a bar. So something like this, but I want outline one, so we'll use this one. Copy this component and let's copy this one as well and simply paste it here. Let's go back to see the change, and if you see we have that icon. Perfect. Also let's add h2 sorry let's add a div tag first. Inside here we'll add a div tag and let's add a h2. Here we'll say skill ups, not just a simple text called skill level, and another h2 tag for the actual value of the skill. Okay, so here we'll say course dot and let's check the field name, which is the call level. Perfect. Now to this one we'll add a class name. We'll make font medium and then text large, and for this text we'll add a class name. We'll add text extra small and text is of gray. Let's add 500. Okay, and let's save it and let's see how it looks. Now let's bring in one line. So for this div let's add a class name, make it flex and gap of 2. For this particular icon let's add a class name and we'll make text is of 4 XL and text of primary color, something like this. See, okay, now you need to repeat is 4 times, so or 3 times. So I will copy this same div and paste it here like this and save it. I think we added only 3. Make sure it's a 4 column. So yeah, we want 4 column. Perfect. Okay, now another one is the to display the duration. So I will just change the name. Here we'll say duration. Now in order to access the duration value, I don't think so we have in our column, but you can access it from this course information. Okay, so you go to the course output and then duration. So course, again here we'll say course output, then course dot duration. Now in your case, right, this path might be a different, so don't worry about that one. Whatever you path you have, use that one only. Okay, now if you see the duration is showing, obviously we need to change icon, so I will use clock icon over here. This one I will just copy this and replace it over here and make sure to import that. Okay, make sure to add that in your import statement and see the result. Beautiful, right? Another one is number of chapters. So simply here we'll display number of chapters and the last video included. Okay, now for the number of chapters, let's see, in order to access it, right, you need to access it from this course output, and that's where we have the number of chapters option. Okay, so I will just copy this path until this. I will paste it here and we'll simply say number of chapters, and then last we have the whether video is included or not, so which we can get from this include video column. Perfect. Now let's update the icon for this. So go to this icons, and for the chapters I will search for the book. We want outline one, so we'll use this one. Copy this name of the icon, replace it over here, and same thing you need to do like this and save it. And the last is play button I will use. So we'll use this play button. And let's add over here as well and save it. Now let's go back and see the final output. See, okay. Oh, number of chapters is not showing. Perfect. So let's update that one. So maybe field name is not correct. Yeah. So it's a complete number of chapter. And now perfect. Okay. Now obviously if I change the size of the screen, right, you will see it's changed the layout, and not only that but it also update this one. Let's give some gap between this grid, and every time whenever you make some component, make sure it is compatible with the smaller screen as well. Okay, now I give the gap and it's perfectly looking fine. If I change the size, see how easily it changes. Okay, and it's completely responsive. Perfect. Now next thing we need to show the list of the chapters. Okay, so for that one let's go back to your application, and under this component folder let's add a new component called course, or not course, chapter list.jsx. Add a default template, save it, and inside the page.jsx add that component over here called chapter list. Now to this chapter list we'll add the course information obviously and save it. Now let's go to the chapter list, accept it here as a course, and then add a div. Now just above this div we'll add a h2 tag, and here we'll say chapters. Okay, for this div let's add a class name. We'll add margin top to 5, not 5, let's add a 3 only, and over here we'll add a class name, and let's keep as it is for now. Obviously we'll give some margin top to 2. Okay, and save it. Now if you see this output, right, inside this course we have the chapters, and that chapters we need to iterate it. Okay, so let's go over here inside this div and let's add the course dot course output, which is the field name, dot course dot this need to be a course dot chapters. Make sure the field name is correct. Perfect. And then we'll say map, here we'll say chapter comma index and the arrow function. Now let's add a div like this. Okay, now first thing we want to show is the chapter number. Okay, whether it's the first, second or third, obviously that we can get it from this particular index. So let's add that one. So I will add a h2 tag, and here we'll say index plus 1. Okay, it will just show the whether it's a first chapter, second chapter, like that. Okay, just to give the sequence. See, so in this case we have 5 chapters, that's why it's showing number up until 5. Now for this particular div let's add a class name, and here we'll say flex. Okay, let's keep for now as it is, and for this h2 tag let's add a class name. Here we'll add a background as a primary. We'll give the height and width, so let's add a height of 10, width of 10, and we'll make text to be white. We'll make rounded to be full. Okay, and let's see how it looks. See, obviously we need to make the text into be to the center, so let's make text to the center. Perfect. And we also give padding to 2. Perfect. And now we have our number. Perfect. Now next let's add the div. So here we'll say flex and gap of 2, and let's make item to be in the center, because now we want to display the course title, lesson and all of these things. So inside this div we will add it. Now inside this div we'll add the h2 tag, and here we'll add the chapter title. So it will be chapter dot, and just make sure to check the field name, which is the name. So here we'll say name and save it. Now if I go back and check over here, let me refresh this once. And if you see, now we have the name of the chapters. Okay. Now along with that one, I'm also going to show the chapter description. Okay. So it might be an about field. See this one. And then last we want to show the duration as well. So this will be chapter dot duration. Now for this one, obviously we want a clock icon. So I will just search it, the clock icon. This one. Let's copy it, make sure to import the statement, and then simply use this component and save it. Now if I go back to our application, you will see all the information. Now let's apply some styling. So for this h2 tag, we'll add the class name, we'll make text medium, and then so this need to be a font medium, and text to Excel, and save it. I think we can just make it a large for now, and let's see how it looks. And then for this description, I will change the class name, will make text smaller, and text is of gray 500 color. And then we can make class name flex gap of 2, and we'll also make text to be primary, and save it. Okay. Now let's give some padding and border. So I will just wrap this in one div, and to this div we'll add a class name, we'll add a border, we'll add a padding of 5, and we'll make rounded corner to the large, and save it. See, and our chapters list is now ready. Now obviously here we'll give some gap between these two values, so you can simply add more gap if you want. See, okay. Now on the right hand side, I want to show some kind of check mark button, whether it's the content is ready or not for that one. Also, if you see, it's not aligned yet the duration, so here we'll say item to be in the center, and for this div I will add margin bottom to 2. Okay, so we have some gap between these two value, and this is our chapter list. For this chapter text, let's add some style. So here we'll add a class name, font medium, and text is of Excel size. Perfect. Okay, and that's how our course layout is now ready. Okay, now as I say, I want to show the check mark icon. I will tell you why later on, but right now just add that one. So we'll add this, copy this component because we already have the import statement. So, and make sure to add this outside of this div. Okay, and if you see, I am just imported it, make sure it is get imported, check circle, that's good, and save it. Now for this one, let's add a class name, we'll make text is of 2XL and text is of gray 200. Okay, I just want a light color of that checkbox, see, something like this. Little make darker, and then also here I will make it 4XL and gray 300. Perfect. So let's bring this checkbox on the right hand side. So here we'll mark it as a flex, item to be in the center, and then we'll just simply say justify between. So it will be on the right hand side, something like this. See, for this one, let's add some, because if you see this checkbox is smaller because of this particular long text, right? So let's fix this. Now for this h2 tag, okay, where we have this index or means this chapter number, right? Just add flex as a none, and same thing for this circle as well, which is getting compressed, right? For this one as well, we'll just add flex none, and if you see now everything's look good. Okay, so that's how our chapter will display it on the screen. Now it's time to add the edit functionality in order to edit the layout, and then once everything is done, user can generate the content from the AI. Also in this section also we are uploading the banner as well. So for your course you can upload the image and that will be your course thumbnail. So in order to add this particular functionality, we are going to use this dialog. Okay, so once user click on init, we will open the dialog on the same screen and then user can update their information. So for that one, I'm going to use a shared CN dialog component. So let's first copy this npm command and make sure to install that component into your project. Once it's done, under this component folder, I'm going to create new component called edit course basic info .jsx, and let's add a default template. Now inside this course basic info, I'm going to add this dialog import statements, and then we'll add simple use case for it like this. Okay, perfect. Now this is our actual trigger in order to open the dialog, right? So instead of this open button, I'm going to replace it with the edit icon. So just search for the edit button icon or some kind of pen icon. Okay, so you can use this one. So let's import it first and then copy this component name and simply paste it here. Okay, and save it. Now obviously this dialog we need to import it inside our course basic info component. So I will just put it in front of this h2 tag and let's try to import it here. I'm not sure whether it will get import or not, but let's see. So right now if you see, we have this edit option. If I click on this one, see the dialog is getting open. How cool, right? Perfect. So now let's go to this edit course basic info. Here I will just rename this to edit. Okay, edit course basic course title and description. And inside this description dialog description component, I'm going to add two inputs, one for the update the title and other for the updating the description. So let's add a div. Inside the div we'll add a label, and here we'll simply write course title. Here we'll add the input component and then another component which will be the text area. So let's add a label first. Here we'll say description and then the text area component and save it. Now if I go back to our application and click on this edit, if you see we have this course title and description component ready. Okay, here let's give some margin top to 3 and then we want to add a button. Now this button need to be added so that whenever we click on the close, right, our dialog will also get closed. So outside of this header, just add a dialog footer component first. Okay, and inside this dialog footer component you need to add dialog close component, and inside that you can just add your button. So here we'll just change this to update with a button name as update. Okay, and if I go back you will see the button name with update. Perfect. Now whenever I click on this edit button, I have to make sure that the current course title and the description will populate over here. So let's add that one. So for this edit course basic information, we need to pass the course information first. So here we'll say course as a course, and inside the course info let's accept it as a prop so that we can show the course title as a default value inside the input. So here we'll say course output course course name. Okay, let's save it and make sure that's correct. So inside the course we have the name of the course. Okay, it's just a name actually, and save it. Now if I go back to our application and click on this edit, you will see the default yoga for beginners, that is the same text is showing on the screen. Okay, same thing we are going to do it for the description. So I will copy this default value from here and will paste for this text area, but in this case this will be the description, I believe. Let's verify it. Yeah, it's description only, and then save it. Now if I go back and just to make sure that description is showing on the screen, if you want to change the text area size, you can just update the height of the text area. So here we'll add a class name and we'll add a height of, let's say 40. Let's see how it looks. Perfect. Okay, if I click edit, now we have proper height for this text area. Okay, now on the change of or on the press of this update button, we have to make sure we will save this two value in one state. So let's go back over here and define the two important state. One is to get the course name comma set name. I will keep that state name as simple as it is, and other which is nothing but the description. Now we'll write one method called onUpdateHandler, and inside this onUpdateHandler, first we need to update the field called name of the course. Okay, and along with that the description. Okay, these two field we need to update it, and let me tell you how to do it. So first we'll just say course dot course output dot name of the course. Okay, and that we want to update with the new state, and same thing. So this need to be core, again it has a course and then name. Okay, and until this point I will copy as it is, and then the description as a description. Okay, and let console the output. So here I will just console the course information, and we will make sure the name and description will update. Now this onUpdateHandler will connect to this particular button on the click method. Okay, like this, and save. Now if I go back to our application, so right now we have error. So obviously we are assigning the value, so we cannot apply this question mark. Okay, we cannot say okay this is optional field, because we are assigning value to this particular field. Now we are good. Let's update it. Here we'll say yoga for beginner 2025. Okay, here also I will just write some information. Make sure to verify it is in the console, because we make sure to console it on the inspect panel. Click update, and if you see inside the course output we have the name which is undefined. Okay, and description is also undefined. The reason is that we did not update name and description yet. Okay, obviously we have to add on change method to this one. So here we'll say on change, and here obviously on change will emit the event, and then we'll set the name with the event dot target dot value. Okay, and same thing we'll do it over here, but instead of set name we'll change this set description. Okay, and now save it. Now if I go back and test this out, so let's go over here, let's update 2025, update it, and now verify. Now if you see, the name of this course changed, and along with that the description also get changed. Obviously you cannot see over here, but it also get updated. Okay, let's hover on this one, and if you see we have this 2025 written. Okay, perfect. It means our JSON data is getting updated. Now simply once you have the updated course information or updated course output, you need to update into our database. So in order to do it, let's add a constant result is equal to await db dot update method, because we want to update, and which schema you want to update, that schema name, which is nothing but the course list dot, and we have to set the value. Now whatever the column we want to update, only that column you need to provide. So in this case we want to update the course output, so we'll just pass the course output value like this. Okay, and that's all. Now here let's make it async, and if you want to return the result, you can just returning the result like this. If you want to return the id of the updated information or updated record, you can just say return id and course list dot id. Okay, so it will return that, and here we'll console the result. Okay, and let's test this out. Now let's say I just want to update this title, so here we'll say 2025 and then click update. Okay, but in that case what happened, the description will not get updated because our description currently is empty inside this one, right? So in order to fix this, what you can do, you can add a use effect and you can add the default value. So whenever the course information is ready, you can just add this or set the default value. So for the set name, I will just add default value as this, and for set description, I will use the description from the course data. Okay, and then save it. Now if I click edit and let's update this 2025, click update, and obviously nothing is happened right now. Okay, but if I go back to our application and refresh this, okay, you will see the two change. One, it is get updated correctly, but it is get updated for other record as well, for all the records. Okay, the reason is we need to add the condition for which you want to update the record. So here you have to write a condition. So simply you can write where clause, inside the where add a equal to, and here we'll say course list dot id should match with the current course id. Okay, now let's save it and let's go back to your application. Now if you want to go to this only 2025 to 2024 and click update, now it will return only one result which is updated. Okay, so if you see the id2 is updated, and if I go to the database and refresh it, now over here you will see only this record updated, and in this case the record does not update. Okay, only second record is get updated. Okay, obviously same thing it happened with description as well, it also update description if you update the description as well. So that's how guys you can update your the basic information. Okay, obviously the title and the description only. Now same thing you have to implement for the chapters. Okay, so obviously we will create a different different component, because I don't want to confuse you guys in a same component. We'll create a different component and we'll keep it much simpler. Okay, so let's create a new component under this, and we can call it as a edit chapters.jsx. Add a default template and then save it. Now same thing we have to implement, we have to add the dialog first. So let's go over here, make sure to import this import statement, and then we have to import this use case as well. Now obviously here inside this trigger I want to add the edit icon. So similar like this one, I will copy this pencil square icon, I will paste it here, and along with that make sure to import the statement for that particular icon and save it. Now this edit chapter icon I want to show in front of each chapter title. So let's go to the chapter list, and over here if you see we have the name. So I will just add edit chapters component and then save it. If I go back to your application, you will see the edit option over here, see in front of each of the chapter, right? Now here is the trick. Now for this edit chapter, right, whenever user click on it, right, on this edit chapter button, we have to make sure that which of the index or which of the chapter user click. Okay, so here for each of this edit chapter component, we have to pass the ID, or we can say index actually, and that index is nothing but this particular index we are going to pass. So here we'll say index as an index, and obviously we also need to pass the course information. Okay, now let's save it and go to this edit chapter, and over here we'll accept the course along with the index. Now instead of passing all the course, obviously we want the course ID, so that's fine, but okay, I think we don't have any problem with the course. Okay, and let's save it. Perfect. Now here I will change this title, and here we'll say edit chapter, and inside the description, similar the previous way, that we need to add the two div, one for the chapter name and one for the description. I will copy as it is. Obviously we'll modify according to our requirements. So first thing, make sure to import this input component and the text area component, and obviously default value will change this. So what I will do, I will define one constant. Here we'll say course output is equal to course dot course output dot course. Okay, so we'll get exact course output information, and in order to access the course or want to display the course output, here we'll say course output of index, because we need to pass index. Okay, so if you see the output of this one, so obviously we have the course, and from that we need to access the chapters. So this need to be a chapters actually, dot chapters of index, and then you can access the each of this chapter. Okay, so over here, even though you can access it using the chapters directly. Okay, so here we'll say chapters only, and then now you can access using these chapters of index, and then the name of the chapter. So here we'll say name as a default value. Okay, obviously we need to add the new event, but before that let's update the default value for the text area as well, and here we'll say about. Okay, now let's define two state. So constant, here we'll say name of the chapter, so I will keep name is equal to use state, and the about. Don't put it empty, and I think we are good. And for the description, instead of description, I will put about, and I think that's good. Okay, and the last important thing, we need to add the update button. I will just copy it from here, paste it inside this edit chapter. Make sure to import this dialog footer and dialog close component along with the button component, and save it. Now if I go back, okay, so here we have one error, is saying cannot read a property undefined. So make sure to add optional field. I'm not sure if there is any other error. Okay, so inside the set name we have the error, which is inside this particular component. So here I will add optional field like this. So initially, obviously course will take some time to get it right, so that's the reason we are getting this error. Now obviously this on update handler is not present, so let's create a new method inside this edit chapter on update handler. Okay, because this on update handler we already attached to this update button. Now if I click on this edit chapter, boom, if you see, we have the course title along with the description, and now over here you can update the title along with the description, correct? But as per the previous component, we are also going to add the default value for the state. Okay, so whenever we have the course information, we'll make sure we'll set the name from the chapters. Just copy paste this value, chapter index name, and then set about with the chapter index about. Okay. Now let me show you the quick thing. Now even though if I try to get the second chapter, you will get the second chapter information inside this input field and so on. See, okay. Now only thing, one user click on update, we have to make sure only that particular chapter's index value is getting updated. So over here we'll just say we'll just copy all of this information. Okay, then index is equal and dot name is equal to the name which we copied. I will paste it again over here, and instead of name now we'll say about and the about. Okay, and obviously for the testing purpose I will just console this course information again, and let's test this out. So over here we have error. Obviously we are not supposed to add the question mark over here because we are assigning the value. The same mistake we did it before. Okay, make sure that you will remove it, and boom. Now I will go to the inspect panel just to observe everything, and let's say introduction to yoga 2025 and update. Now if I go to this course output, course chapters, and obviously first chapter, and if you see the name is get updated. Okay, and obviously you can update any value. If I want to update the fifth chapter, right, here we'll say fifth chapter. Okay, and same thing I'm going to add over here and update. Just for the testing I'm adding any value. Okay, so and if I go to the chapter, the last one, and if you see the fifth chapter, and obviously it's updated the about as well. Okay, if I hover on this one, I'm not sure, but yeah, it's get updated. Okay, so that's how guys you can update the chapter information. And the last important thing, that obviously you can call the same method like this one. Okay, you have to update it. So let's go back, and I will just paste it over here. Make sure to change this to async, and then make sure to import this db, then this update method, the update call, then we have set, and here we need to update the course output. So course output will get it from the course output, and here we have the where clause equal to, and that's all. And here we'll just console the result and save it. Okay, now let's test this out. So I will refresh this once, and if I want to update the introduction to yoga, let's say first class. Okay, and just click update. Now we have one error, it's saying course list is not defined. Obviously we just copy paste it and we did not import all the statement. Make sure to add that. Make sure to import this equal to as well. I think it's already there. Let's test it now again. So here we'll say first class, update it. Obviously we are not printing anything or not showing anything, but if I go to the console, you will see the return updated ID. But let's go to the database, and I will refresh this one, and if I open this, you will see the first chapter, introduction to yoga first class. Okay, it means the chapter getting updated, but on the screen it's not reflecting immediately, right? Obviously if you refresh it, then you will see the changed data. The question is, how can we update in a real time without the refreshing data? So it's quite easy. So same thing, obviously, even though if update the course basic info, right, like title and the name of the course and description, we have to make sure we are getting the latest data. So as soon as you update it, here you can say refresh data and make it true. Okay, now this refresh data method you need to pass back to the parent component. Okay, and obviously from this edit course basic info, it will go to this course basic info. So from here, let me bring this down. You need to accept this refresh data, and then simply call this refresh data again, and then you need to pass again to the parent component. Okay, so obviously it's a nested way that we are passing from child to the parent. Okay, so that's how you need to do it. And over here I will just accept it as a refresh data, but now inside this refresh data, which is in the parent component, I am just simply calling this get course method. Okay, and then save it. Now let's test this out. So if I refresh it and now I want to remove this 2024, click update and boom, if you see, it's changed immediately without refreshing the data. Same thing you can do it for the chapter as well. So let's do it quickly. So obviously in the edit chapter, as soon as chapter get updated, here we'll say refresh data true, pass this refresh data to the parent of this edit chapter. So inside the chapter list, we'll add it here, and from this chapter list we'll pass back to the parent component, which is inside this page.jsx. Obviously this will be inside the chapter list, and then we'll call get course method. Sorry, get, what is the method name? Okay, so this get course, and save it. Now let's test this out as well. So let's edit this, and I don't want this first class, I will remove it. Click update and boom, if you see, it's update immediately. So that's how guys you need to update or get the update whenever you make an update on your any record, right? You can just make a call and get updated data. Now we are going to add an upload banner for our course. Okay, so if I click on this image, we should open the file explorer where user can select the image and upload it here. Okay, now obviously we need to add our custom input to upload the file. So let's go back to our application and go to the course basic info where we have this image. Okay, now below that I will add a type input as a type file. Okay, and close the tag. Now to this one you can add an ID as a upload image and save it. Now if I go back to our application, make sure to refresh this once, and here you will see the button to upload the file, right? But we don't want this button, and we want to open the file explorer like this on the click of this image. So what you can do, you can add a class name over here and just write opacity as a 0. Okay, and wrap this image inside the label like this and save it. Now to this label we'll say HTML for, and you need to give the ID of this input component like this. Okay, and then save it. Now if I go back and click on this one, see, now it's opening me the file explorer, and even that choose file button is not showing anymore. Okay, also for this image I will make this cursor pointer and then save it. Perfect. Now for this input I'm going to add on change event, and we'll call on file selected method. Okay, now obviously we'll write this method over here. So we'll say constant on file selected, and inside here we'll just obviously we'll get the event and we'll get the file using event dot target dot o files. Okay, so if you want to console it, let's console the file and save. So if I go back and go to the inspect panel, go to the console, and if I select this file, let's select this file and open it, you will see the file, and in that file the first element is this selected file. Okay, now let's go back, and over here we'll simply get so we have the file, so simply get the first file, because we just selecting the first file only, and we will store that file information in one state. So here we'll say constant on file or selected file, we'll say selected file comma set selected file is equal to use state, and over here we'll set the selected file as a file. Okay, but in order to display this selected file, we need to convert this file into url dot create object URL, and then we need to pass this file information, and whenever user select it, we just want to display that file as a preview. So over here we can write a condition: if selected file is there, then we'll show the selected file, otherwise we'll display the placeholder image. Now if I go back, select the some file, let's select this file and click open, and boom, did you see? Now that selected files preview is showing on the screen. Okay, even though if you click again and you want to change to some other file like this, see, you got that, right? So that's how you have to select the file. Now I created here a new course called Python for beginners, and I uploaded this image, and if you see, I have the 7 chapters which I generated. Okay, now obviously I have option to edit title, and we just added this upload functionality as well, but we just uploaded the image on local, but it is not yet stored on the database. So obviously we need to upload this image at some hosting service provider, and then we need to save the URL into our database. So for that one, we are going to use a Firebase storage functionality to store our images. So let's go to this firebase.google.com and just create an account. The most important thing is free to use as well, and in many of my previous video I use this Firebase storage. So let's go to the console, and if you don't have a project, just create a new project. Okay, so I will open this project, and I have already a lot of project created, but you can create a new one over here, and let's select the web. Here you can give the app name. So here we'll say AI generate, AI course generate. Then register the app, and then it will add your this particular application to the Firebase. Now the next step is to add this Firebase SDK. So copy this command, go to your project, and make sure to install this Firebase SDK to your application, and then copy this all the configuration line of code, okay, which is very important, and go to your config folder. So over here, and we'll create a new file called firebase config.jsx and paste the code which you copied. Now this is very important. Let's keep this API key inside the .env.local file so that other user cannot see this. Okay, so over here we'll say next underscore public and firebase API key is equal to, and paste this key and save it. Now in order to access this, let's say process.env, and then I will just copy this Firebase API key, okay, and save it. Now next thing, let me remove this analytics for now, and here we need to add export constant storage is equal to get storage. Okay, now obviously this get storage we need to import it. So here we'll say import get storage from, and here we'll say firebase /storage. Okay, and inside the storage you need to pass this app reference like this, and then save it. Now once you export it, so that you can use it anywhere. Okay, next thing, let's go to this course basic info, and as soon as you select the file, we are going to upload it to the server. Okay, so over here we'll write the code, or let's write it over here only, and we'll say constant storage reference. So we'll create a storage reference first is equal to reference, then we have to access this storage which we exported from this Firebase config. Okay, then we need to provide the file. Now over here for the file, whatever the file we selected, okay, this file information we need to pass. So my bad, actually not here. Here we need to pass the name of the file. Okay, so let's create a name, unique name of the file. So here we'll say file name is equal to date.now. So what it will do, it will add the current timestamp, plus I will add the extension at JPG. Okay, and simply you need to add the file name over here. Okay, and save it. Now your storage reference is ready. Now one more important thing I want to show you. Let's go to the console, and over here if you will see the option called storage. Okay, Once you are on this particular page, you might have different page and say get started. So we'll jump on this particular page. Now in this particular storage, go to the rules and make sure to add this allow read and write and add some future date. Okay, then go to the files again, and over here you can even create a new folder. Okay, and here we'll say AI course, and then click add folder. Now whatever the images you want to upload it, you can even upload in this particular folder only. Okay, and in order to do that, here you need to provide the path. So here we'll say AI image, it's images, so AI course only. Okay, so here we'll say AI course slash, and then you can add the file name. Okay, so that is how your storage reference is now ready. Next thing, here we'll say await upload bytes from the Firebase storage, and here you can pass the storage reference. Okay, so whatever the storage reference we defined, then along with the file which you want to upload it, and then just say as this is promised, so we'll make then we'll add then snapshot and the arrow function like this. Now inside here we'll say console.log and we'll just say upload file completed. Okay, as we are using await, let's make this as a async, and here we'll write document select file and upload to Firebase storage. Okay, so simply whatever file we have, we just uploading that file, and make sure to generate the name and the storage reference and just pass it to this upload byte. Let's save it and let's test this out. So if I go back to our application, go to the inspect panel, go to the console, and over here let's upload the image. So I will select this image, click open, and nothing is happened. Let's refresh it once and click upload file, and if you see, it's saying now upload file complete. Perfect. Let's go over here and just refresh this window, so we'll see whether the file is uploaded or not. And if you see, the new file is uploaded. Even I can see this preview. If you want to open this file, this is the URL and it opened this file, right? Now the question is, how can we get this URL, right? This is the URL that we need to get it in order to store it in our database. So over here you have, again you can write then, inside then just write response, and over here you have one method called get download URL from the Firebase storage. Okay, and to this one you need to pass the storage reference. Okay, so this particular storage reference we will pass it as this is promised. So we'll say then, and then here we'll say async download URL, and simply we'll add arrow function, and here we'll say console.log and the storage reference like this. See, oh, not storage reference, the download URL, because that's the URL we want to print out. Okay, let's save it and let's see whether we are getting URL or not. So let's go back to our application, select the different image. Let's select this image and click open. Okay, now if you see, it's saying the file is uploaded successful, and boom, we got this URL as well. If I open this URL, it opening through the Firebase only. See, okay, now once we have this URL, we just need to upload or set it to our database. Now inside our database we don't have that column to store our images or to add our images. Okay, so let's go to the schema and let's add a new column for the course image. So I will go to the schema, and here we'll say course banner is of varchar, and obviously here again we'll say course banner as a column name. Okay, that's all. Obviously if you want to add the default URL, you can add it, but I will keep as it is. Let's add a default, and here we'll say just slash placeholder, because we have the placeholder ready, right? So that placeholder will add it and nothing else. And one more column we want to add, whether this course is published or not. Okay, so here we'll say publish as a varchar, and here we'll say publish, and so this is not a varchar. I will change this to a boolean. So make sure it is importing from the PostgreSQL, and default value will be the false. Okay, so whenever you create the layout, obviously publish will be false. Let's save it and make sure to stop your studio, and I will just again run this command called npm run db push. So it will update our database with these new columns, and now you can run the studio and make sure that this particular column get added. Okay, so I will refresh this studio, and at the end you will see the course banner which is default one, and published column which is default to false. Perfect. Now to this course banner column, we need to upload or set our image URL. So let's go back to the course basic info page, and over here we'll just simply say await database dot update, and obviously you need to provide the schema name which is the course list dot set, and here we just want to set a course banner with the URL of this particular course. So in this case we'll say download URL. Okay, and then that's all we want, but here we need to add a where clause. We just want to update the given course record, right? So here you can get it from the course id dot course list dot id with the course dot id. Okay, so that's how you can update it. Perfect. And once it's successfully uploaded, you don't need to do anything. Okay, let's save it and let's test this out. So I will select this image, click open, and then in background it might get uploaded, but we got one error saying equal is not defined. Let's fix this. So here make sure to import the equal now, and let's test it again. So again I will upload the same image for the banner, and if you see we did not get any error, but let's see inside the database whether it is added or not. So I don't think so that particular banner get added. If you see, this course banner is still not changed. So let's go to the inspect panel and just see what is the issue. So go to the inspect, go to the console. So it's saying equal is not default. That is already fixed it, right? So actually let me refresh, and after refresh you will see this. Okay, make sure to refresh this window. Might be the changes is not get updated immediately, but now it's working fine. Okay, so that's how you have to upload your image and store it into your database. So guys, until this point, if you have any question, any doubt, let me know in the comment section, because next part is to generate the content for each of this chapter along with the video URL. Okay, obviously that video URL we are going to fetch it from the YouTube, which is correspond to this each of this chapter. Now coming to the most interesting part of this application is to generate the content for each of the chapter along with the video for each of the given chapter. Okay, and obviously once user click on this finish course setup or generate the chapter content, we are going to generate the content from the AI again. So each of the chapter we are going to pass, and this is the prompt that we are going to use. Okay, it's simply saying that explain the concept in detail on a topic. So here we'll pass the topic name, then the chapter with a chapter name in JSON format with a field as a title, description in detail, and code example in the form of HTML code format if applicable, because if non-programming courses code example is not applicable, so that's the reason we wrote this one. But if you want to add more fill in that one, like you want to add a question answer and a lot of other things, you can even add that one as well. Okay, so first thing, let's go back to our application, and this is our Python course, I believe. Yeah, and at the bottom we are going to add a button to generate the final course generation. So let's go to the page.jsx file, and just below this chapter list I am going to add a button. Now this button will say generate course content. Okay, and let's save it. Now if I go back, you will see this button over here. Okay, let's give some padding and margin. So here we'll say class name margin y to 10. Perfect. Okay. Now once user click on this button, then it will actually start generating the content for each of these chapters. So let's write a method for it. So over here we'll create constant, then we'll say generate content, chapter content, we'll say chapter content like this. Okay, and inside here first thing we need to do is to write a prompt. So obviously the prompt for each chapter is little different, depends on the chapter, right? So simply first we'll say we'll get the chapters list. So chapters is equal to course dot course output dot course again dot chapters. Okay, I will just make sure from our database that is the correct path. So inside the course we have the list of chapters. Okay, and then we are going to iterate this chapter list. So we'll simply do for each loop, and inside this we have each chapter. Okay, and we also want the index number, whether it's a first chapter, second chapter, and the arrow function. Okay, now let's write a prompt. So here we'll say constant prompt is constant prompt is equal to, and I will just copy this prompt. So if you want to take a screenshot of this prompt, you can just take this and just paste it here. Now inside this particular space, obviously topic is nothing but the course topic we want to add. So this need to be a course dot name. Okay, let me show you which one. So inside database, if you see, we have this name, which is the topic which user entered. Okay, so that topic name we added. Then the chapter, so chapter will be from the chapter dot name. Okay, so this name of the chapter we want to add, and otherwise everything is good. Okay, now I will just console this prompt. Okay, so we will make sure that it is the prompt is getting generated correctly, and obviously on the click of this one we will call this generate chapter content method. Okay, let's go back to our application and go to the inspect panel. Inside the console we will observe, so just click on this generate course content, and boom, if you see, we got the content for each of them. Now make sure the topic is coming up along with the chapter. Okay, so here if you see over here function in JSON format. So okay, everything is coming up. Just I will make sure to this prompt I will add the comma after the chapter. Okay, perfect. Now our prompt is ready. Let's execute this prompt inside the our, let me copy this, and inside our AI Studio create a new prompt and just run this prompt. Okay, one example prompt we wanted, just run it, and if you see, we got the simple title, description, add the code example. Okay, obviously this is just a sample example, and we want this because we can let's get the code and we want all of this information. Obviously we don't want the other fields or the other data. Okay, I will just make sure everything is there. Now over here I just rewrite our prompt over here. Okay, so let me paste it here and just modify a little bit. So I paused the video for some time and I just modify this prompt. I added only a few words in that one. So let me show you. So over here I added the just in the JSON format with a list of array. Okay, so it will get the list of array. So I will add this one and the code field in the form of pre-code. Okay, so this all of information I need to add. So I will just go over here and I will just copy this line of code into a prompt, and then here we write again code field let's say code field in pre-code format. Okay, so this is important, and then let's save this prompt, just make sure to make that change, and then I will click on this get code and make sure to select the JavaScript. And here in this case, instead of copying everything, because we already set up everything, right, we are not copy all of this information, but we will copy only this particular method. Okay, so copy until this part, go back to your VS Code and open the AI model.jsx file. If you remember, we already have this another method called generate course layout with AI, but here now I will paste it and I will rename this to generate chapter content with the AI. Okay, and everything is look good. Make sure to export this one, and that's all, right? And save it. Now this generation configuration you already have that one, so you don't need to set up it again. Now let's go back to our page.jsx, and that's where we have our prompt. And just for our testing purpose, right, I'm going to generate the content for only for the first element. So let's add index is equal to 0. Okay, if the index value is 0, then only I will generate that particular prompt. So here first I will add a try catch block. So let's add a try catch block, and inside this try block we'll say constant result is equal to await, and then we'll call the generate chapter content AI. Okay, then here we'll say send message, and inside that we'll just pass this prompt. Now inside the console we'll get the result. Okay, now we have this await, make sure to change this to async, and the result which is in the form of text. So here we'll say response dot text. Okay, if you want to convert into JSON, you can just convert that one as well. Okay, and after that we are going to generate video URL, and then we'll save chapter content plus video URL. But for now let's test this particular functionality. Okay, and let's see whether it's generating or not. Also, in meantime, when it's getting generated in the background, we need to show a loader. So here we'll add the loading comma set loading is equal to use state, and initially just make it as a false. Now whenever you start generating the course, set the loading as a true, and once if you find any error, we'll set the loading as a false, and when the content is generated you can also set the loading over here as a false. Okay, I think we are good over here. Obviously, in order to show loader, I will just add loading dialog over here, and to this loading dialog, if you remember, we need to pass a loading prop. Okay, and let's save this one. So let's go back to our application. I will clean everything and just click on generate course content. Now if you see, we have this beautiful loader. Okay, and now we will wait, and now if you see, it's giving us the result with all the information. Okay, so we have the title, description, and code example for each of this particular topic. Okay, for a given only, because we generated only for a single chapter. Okay, so that's how guys you can generate it. Obviously, if I just remove this condition from here, okay, and let's generate for the 3 indexes. So let's say 3, and I think we are good. Let's save it and let's test this out. So let's click generate course content, and now if you see, it will take some time to generate each of the content along with the chapter, and if you see, we got the data. Obviously, we only generated for, okay, we generated for the index which is equal to 3. Now if I say index is less than 3, generate for all the chapter which is index is less than 3. Okay, let's try it, and obviously it will take some time now because it's generating the content for the 3 chapters, and if you see, we got the result. Okay, so that's how guys you can generate the content for each of the chapter. If you have any question, let me know in the comment section. Also, next thing we are going to implement is to how to get the URL based on the given chapter. Okay, obviously we are going to use the YouTube URL API for that one. Now it's time to generate the video URL based on the course chapter. So let's go back to this developer.google.com/YouTube v3, which is the official YouTube API. And on this page you will see this option called search for the content. Now this API is free to use, okay, so you don't need to pay anything for it. It's completely free to use. And if you see this particular API documentation here, you will see all the details. Okay, now before trying this API key and execute and see the result, you need to create the API key inside the Google Cloud Console. Okay, I will keep the link of this both the URL in the description, so you can check this out. And once you are on this page, just search for YouTube API, or you will search like this YouTube data API version 3. Click on it and make sure it is enabled. So for me it is already enabled, but you might see the button called enable. Just click on it. Okay, then go to the API and services, and here you will see the option called credential. On this one you can create a new credential. So just click on this create credential and click API key, and it will generate the API key for you. Once the API key generated, copy this API key and you can rename this API key, let's say YouTube API key. You can even restrict this API key to your website once it is in production, so you can restrict that, as well as you can restrict that particular API to that given service. So in this case, let's say YouTube data API, and click OK. Now once you copy this API key, go back to your project and open .env.local file. Over here I will just create a new variable called next public YouTube API key, and then paste your key and save it. Okay, next let's save it and go back to the documentation, and over here now you can run this example. So now inside this part section, okay, if I go to this API HTTP request, here you will see this is the URL through which you can make a request. Now to this part option you need to add this value called snippet as it is. Okay, now if you want to fetch the YouTube video only from the certain channel, you can add the channel ID. You have option to add a type and lot of other options. Okay, you can even mention the maximum result, how many result you want. So in this case, let's say I just want 2 result. Anyway, we are only using the one YouTube URL, and we'll add that to the every chapter. Then you can search the option, and most important thing, in the query you have to add some value. So let's say Python introduction. Okay, so whatever the chapter name we have, that chapter name we will pass along with the topic name to this query parameter. Okay, and I think everything I will keep as it is, and then just click execute. Now it will authenticate before executing. So obviously on this demo page it's authenticating for us, and if you see we have the result now. Okay, so that's how you can get the YouTube data from the YouTube API. Now let's implement in actual project. So I will copy this API key, sorry, the URL, and inside the config folder let's create a new folder called service.jsx. Now inside this folder we'll add a constant YouTube base URL and just paste this endpoint. Okay, next you need to write constant get videos. Here will be async and the arrow function. Now to this get video I am going to pass a query. Okay, so whatever the chapter and topic name that we are going to pass, and let's add some parameter. So first parameter which is required, which is the part, and here we'll say snippet. Then we have to pass the query q as a query, then max result is equal to or so colon 2. So these all the fields which we are getting from this documentation. Okay, so whatever the field you want to add, restriction want to add, you can just provide that. And the most important thing, you need to provide the API key over here. So we'll say process.env dot, and let's get this API key. So I will copy the environment variable name and paste it here. Okay, and that's all. Now, in order to make a GET request call, you need an HTTP client, and for that one I'm going to use Axios HTTP client. Okay, so just install it using npm I Axios. So it will install the Axios HTTP client for us, and which help us to make an HTTP request. So here we'll simply write constant response is equal to await Axios. Make sure to import this Axios as well dot get, and here we need to pass the YouTube base URL plus and the endpoint, which is the search. Okay, and to this one we are going to pass the parameter value. Now once we have this one, we'll simply return the response dot data dot items. Now we'll export this particular method like this. Okay, and save it. Now let's go back to our page.jsx where you want to generate the video URL. So in this one, we'll simply call the method called get. Let me go over here, and here we'll say get videos. Obviously we need to import it. Let's try to import from the service dot get videos, and then you need to pass a query. So here we'll say course dot name, and then here we'll say plus colon plus and then chapter name, which is this chapter dot name. We'll pass over here. Okay, dot then, and we'll get the response. Okay, and just console the result. Okay, or we can say response like this. Now for the testing purpose, I'm going to comment this AI generation course, or otherwise it will make another call. Okay, and let's see to generate this video only. Okay, so obviously I'm generating video this video data only for first 3 chapters because we added this condition, but later on we will remove it. Okay, so let's go back to our application. Let me refresh it. Okay, now I am searching for the yoga for beginners. Let me go to the Python programming, go to the console, and now if I click generate course content, so right now we have error that process is not defined. So that error is coming from the here. Let's go back, and if you see over here, this need to be a process with a spelling mistake. And one more important thing, if you see in the YouTube base URL is already have this search endpoint. Okay, so I will remove it from here because this is the base URL, and because we already added the search inside this Axios get request. Now let's save it and let's test this out. And now I will open the inspect panel again, go to the console, and over here let's say generate course content, and boom, if you see now we have the result. Obviously maximum result it's showing it's supposed to be 2. We'll fix it, but if you see we have the result for each of this one, and along with that one we have this ID. Okay, so right now we are getting playlist ID. That's little bit weird because we just want the ID of the video. See this video ID. Okay, and we will tell or we will pass the parameter that just fetch the video ID. Okay, so it will just fetch the video ID, and that's what we wanted. And from this video ID we are going to save this into our database. So from the documentation, if you see, this is supposed to be max results and we added only the result. So just update this one, and along with that you can just add whether do you want the playlist or just a video. Okay, I think there should be some option. I don't think it's such an option, but never mind. I think we have the update now, and here we'll just say one result, and then it will only return the one result for us. And if you see from the item, right, we need to get the only first element, and from the first element we need to get this video ID. So let's get that ID inside our page.jsx. So over here inside the try, I will add a constant. Here we'll say video ID, and initially it is empty, make sure it is late, not a constant. And over here we'll say video ID is equal to response, and inside that we'll simply add that reference. So response of 0 question mark dot id question mark dot video id, okay, something like this, and then we'll get the video. Perfect. And the last thing we need to do is to save this inside our database. Okay, so over here I will add constant, just add await db dot insert. Now here we need to provide the schema name dot values, and inside this one we need to provide some of the field, like let me this need to be a chapters as well actually. So chapter list, okay, because we, let me see whether we have this schema or not. So I think we need to create a schema for the chapter. Okay, let me comment this code for now, and let's go to the schema, because each of the chapter we are going to store in a different table, okay, and not in the same table. So let's update the schema. So here we'll create new schema called export constant chapters is equal to pg table, the name of the table called chapters, and the arrow function here will say id as a serial with the id, and it's a primary key, and obviously it will auto increment. Then we need to provide the course id. Okay, so here we'll say varchar and course id, and this should be a not null. Okay, next we need to provide the chapter id. So here we are going to provide the index of that chapter id. Okay, and here we will say chapter id, which is again not null. Next, the content, whatever the content we generated from the AI, that content we are going to add it in the form of JSON, and the table column name will be the content again. Here we'll say not null, and the video id. Okay, so video id is of type varchar. Here we'll say video id, and this will be a not null again. Okay, obviously if you have any other field you can just add it. For now we are good with this. Now let's stop our Drizzle Studio, and we'll push these new changes, and then we'll run the studio again and just refresh it. So we'll see whether the new table get added or not. And if you see, now we have the new table called chapters with this all the information. So now let's go back to our application inside this page.jsx where we are saving it. So I will uncomment this code and make sure to pass the chapter schema. Now inside the chapter schema, first thing we need to provide a chapter id, which is nothing but the index which we are going to add. Then the course id, which is nothing but the course dot course id. Okay, so obviously if you see this course id we are passing. And next the content which is generated from this AI, that content we are going to pass. So here let me uncomment this line of code, and here we will say constant content is equal to JSON dot parse, and we pass this response. Okay, perfect. And now we have the content, this content we are going to pass over here. And the last is video id, the video id which we already have. So this video id we are going to pass over here. Okay, and once it is inserted, now it will go for the second chapter, it will generate everything, and then it will insert to this chapter table. Now save it. Let's test this out. And before that, obviously once everything is done, we want to navigate it to the new screen. Okay, so under this course id I'm going to create a new screen called finish. Okay, let's add a finish, and inside that we'll add page.jsx, add a default template. Here we will rename this to finish screen and save it. Okay, and obviously we can navigate it programmatically. So here we'll say constant router is equal to use router from the next/navigation, and over here once everything is done, we'll navigate it router dot replace to the new screen, which is create course slash, we need to provide the course id, so course dot course id plus slash finish. Okay, let's save it and let's test this out all together. So here I will click generate course content, and if you see now it starts generating, and obviously it will take some time because it's generating for the 3 chapters, and boom, if you see it's navigate to the new screen called finish. Okay, as soon as the content generation is complete, it will navigate to the finish screen. Let's see inside our chapter do we have data or not, and if you see we have the course id, the chapter id along with the content. The video id is not get inserted, we'll see why. So okay, so quick fix, we'll move this get video from just above this course generation. Okay, the reason is this generate course will take some time. Okay, and in the meantime it will get the video url for us, and this is the generate chapter content, and this is just to save data. So as I say in the start, right, we have the type, and in the type you can provide whether it's a channel, playlist or video. So just pass the value for the type as a video, and not only here, so inside our service we'll just add that condition as well. So over here we'll say type and just we want video, so video. Okay, and save it. So from the next time it will only get the video for us. Now let's test this. Just one thing that I'm generating only for the first 3 chapters. Okay, so let's click generate the course content and we'll wait. So it's obviously taking some time. I just commented this redirect code just for some testing. Okay, but now if I go to the inspect panel, okay, if I go to this inspect console, here you will see some of the record. Okay, and this 3 record which is on the line 62, it means it's get inserted. And let's go to the database. So I will refresh it over here, and if you see for the first 3 chapter the data get inserted successfully. Okay, so first is what is Python, then this operator, and then the variable, and the respective video id is also get inserted. Okay, now in order to watch this video you have to copy this video id url, and over here the watch and then is equal to, you have to paste this code, and that's all. And if you see the Python variable for beginners is showing for this introduction to variable. That's cool, right? So that's how guys you need to save this. Obviously I will just make sure that it will uncomment it and save it. Now here I will remove this condition. Okay, and once we redirect it to this finish page, right, we need to make sure that we'll, okay, so I think let's uncomment this one, and let's go to the finish.page.jsx. Over here first thing we need to do is to fetch the course information depending on the course id. So I will use this existing code to get the course information like this. I will, for now I will copy all of this information, I will paste it here. We don't want the loading state, I will remove it. Make sure to import this use user state, user route, we'll import all of these things. Okay, use effect, here we need to import db course list obviously, and equal to. Okay, perfect. I think everything is good. Now we will get the course information over here, and we are going to use existing component, but before that let's design this component. So here we'll say class name padding x to 10, on medium screen we'll use padding x to 20, and on large screen we'll use padding x to 44. We'll add margin y to 7 and save it. Inside this we'll simply use the course basic info component. Okay, and to this component if you see we need to provide the course as a course information, and obviously we don't have anything to refresh data, so I will just console it. Okay, and I think that's good enough. Let's save it and let's test this out. So it's saying use router. Okay, so this need to be imported from this next/navigation, and also I will make this as a use client and save it. Now if you go back to this finish page, okay, that's where our thing is finished. Okay, parameter is not defined. Obviously you need to define params over here. Okay, so that we'll get the course ID. And if you see this particular finish route is inside this course ID, so that you can access this course ID as well. Okay, let me refresh it. I think we have some error. Let's see the error. So and is not defined. Okay, I think we missed and as well. So make sure to import this and, because we just copy paste, right? So it happens. And if you see, we have the result. Perfect, right? Obviously here we need to show the URL of the image, so that we did not set up. So let's go to this course basic info, and from the course, okay, let's go to this image section, or you can do over here as well. Once we get the course information, right, here we'll add a use effect, and inside the use effect, whenever the course information is ready, I will update this set selected file with the actual URL of the image. Okay, so here we'll say if course, then we'll set the selected file and we'll access the course dot I think course banner name we gave, I believe. So if I go to this course list table, you will see the name which is the course banner. Okay, so that's the name we gave, and now save this one. And if I go back, so obviously we have this error and we did not set up the domain. Okay, so if you see, it's giving the error that this particular image URL is not secure and kind of thing. And then the host name called firebase storage.google API need to be configured, or is not configured currently in next.config.js. So copy this domain, go to the next.config.js file, and over here I will add images. Inside that we'll add domains, and inside domain you can make this domain as a whitelist. Okay, now save it and restart your application and reload it, and boom, if you see, now the image is showing on the screen. Perfect, right? So that's how guys you can edit it. Oh sorry, you can show this particular course basic info. Also here I'm going to write some message on the finish page. So here we'll say h2 tag and we'll say congrats, your course is ready. Okay, obviously I will use some style. Here we'll say text to be in the center, font bold, text to Excel, and save it. I will give margin Y to 3. Perfect. Okay, you can change name this to text primary. This need to be a primary, and save it. Perfect. Okay, so it's saying congrats, your course is ready. And along with that one, I want to show the URL of the course as well. So you can just add that over here. So I will add the h2 tag. Now in order to add a URL, first let's go to this .env.local file. Here I will add a host name. Here will say host name is equal to, so currently our domain name is nothing but this localhost 3000. So let's add it as it is. Okay, and save it. Then let's go over here. Here we'll say process.env dot and the name of the variable like this. Here we'll add slash, oh sorry, plus. You can add inside here as well, but just a slash. And then we want to give the route name. Okay, obviously their route will be we can create course view course slash view, and then we want to add a route of, let's say, the course id. We can add it. Okay, so here we'll say course dot course id. Okay, now if I save this one, you will see, okay, the course id is not populating. Let's see why. So because we already have the course information, right, and from there we got, okay, this need to be I with a capital. Now we have the course id. Perfect. Let's bring this into the center. So here we'll add a class name, text to be in the center. I will give the gray color, let's say 400. We'll add some border, we'll add some padding and border round. Let's add a corner to be rounded and save it, and let's see how it looks. Perfect. Right now, along with that one, I also want to add the copy button. So for now I will just paste it below to this course. Okay, and I will also add over here h2 tag with the course URL. Let add a class name, margin top to 3. Perfect. Okay, and some button, some option to copy the it. So I will add the React icons. Let's search for the hero icon and this copy button like this. Okay, so let's search outline one. So I will just use this one. Let's import it first. So I might be a fast when I'm explaining this, because this is just a UI kind of thing, because we already have some data and all of this information, right? Now these things we are going to add inside this h2 tag and save it, and let's see how it looks. Okay, so it's coming down. Let's bring it in one line. So here I will mark it as a flex gap of 5. Perfect. Okay, and let's make item to be in the center, and for this icon I will add a class name, text, not text but height of 8, width of 8. I just make it little bit bigger. I think 8 is too much. Let's make it 5. Perfect. Okay, and on the click of this one, we have to make sure it will get copied. So here we say cursor pointer, oops, sorry, and on the click of this one, so here we'll add on click, and here we'll just say, let me bring this down, await navigator dot clipboard dot write text, and then whatever text you want to add, you can just add it here. So in this case we want to add all of this course preview URL. I will just paste it here, or you can define at the top somewhere, or let's add directly, that's also fine. Maybe we need to wrap this or what. So make sure it's a string, and I will remove the wrapping of this one, something like this. Okay, and save it. I think we have one error, so let's make this as a async and save. Perfect. Now if I copy this one, okay, and go over here and paste it, if you see, now it's get copied. Obviously we don't have this route yet, we are going to create, but for now I hope this understand how can we just copy this course URL. Okay, if you user want to share it, if you want, you can also add the share buttons. Okay, so if I go to this React share npm, just search like this, you will get this React share npm library. Okay, use this, and obviously I'm going to add it in my source code, so you can access it through the source code as well. Obviously everything you can get it from this tubegurji.com. Once you join the membership, everything is free. Now one quick fix we are going to do over here. The most important thing right now, if you remember, we already have one column called publish and it's still showing false. Okay, and as soon as the course content is generated, we need to make it as a true. Okay, so either you can make it to this finished page or you can add it inside this course generation. As soon as you generate the course, you can just mark it as a publish. Okay, so here I will add await db dot update and I want to update the course list. Okay, dot set, and inside here you can make it publish as a true. Okay, as simple as that, and then save it. So as soon as you generate the course, it automatically change it to true. Okay, something like this, and you are good to go. So that obviously user copy this URL and then you can paste somewhere, then user can see the URL if only if that particular course is published. Now it's time to display all the user courses which he generated on his dashboard screen. Currently we are not showing anything, okay, and we have only option to create an AI course from the dashboard, but now we have the course which is generated with the AI, and now we can display it to the user section. If user want to delete this course later on, we are giving option to delete the course as well. So first thing on this screen, if you see, this is how we are going to show in the form of card, and these card are reusable so that we can use it in other screen as well. Okay, so we'll make this component reusable. So first thing, let's go back to our application and let's go to this dashboard. Inside the dashboard we have this component folder, and inside this component we'll create course card.jsx, add a default template and save it. Now this course card which we are going to use in order to display each of the course list. Okay, so before that, let's go to the page.jsx, and we only have this add course. Over here we'll display list of course, and let me comment this, and for that one as well we'll create a component called course list.jsx. Now let's add a default template and then save it, and make sure to import this course list to your home page. Okay, and save. So make sure the course list, I will just rename this component, we'll say user course list, and then add the default template and then save it. Okay, and now here we'll import as a user course list. Now let's go to this user course list, and first thing we need to do is to get the users list of courses. So here we'll say get user courses, we can say the arrow function, and inside that we'll say constant result is equal to await db dot select. Inside here we'll simply say a course list schema dot so this need to be from, and inside that we need to mention, then here we'll write dot where clause, and inside that equal to, so obviously depends on the user's email, right? We are going to fetch it, obviously that is nothing but the course list dot created by, and here we need to write the user's email. So we'll get the user email is equal to use user with the help of Clerk hook, and then simply we'll define user dot primary email address dot email address. Okay, let's mark it as a async like this. Okay, now let's console the result and we'll see whether we are getting the result or not. Obviously we need to call this method inside the use effect, and whenever the user information is available. Okay, now let's call user and get user courses like this. Let's save it and let's test this out. So if I go back to our application, so right now we use this use effect, so we need to make this component as a client side and save it. Now if I go to the inspect panel and go to the console, so over here you will see the 3 courses by this user is created, and that courses list is fetching and displaying inside the console. Now let's save it in one state. So we'll define one state, course list comma set course list is equal to use state, and here we'll simply set the user course list with the result. Okay, perfect. I will just remove this one and then save it. Now next thing, we need to just iterate this one, right? So here I will write s2 tag and will say my AI courses. Let's give a class name. We'll add a font bold, text large, and save it. Let me close this tab, and this is how it will look like. Let's give some margin from the top. Perfect. And here now we'll display the list of courses. Here we'll just make it medium and we'll make text Excel. Now let's add a div. Inside the div we'll iterate the list of courses. So here we'll say course list dot map course comma index and the arrow function. Now inside here we'll use a course card which we just created the component, and to this course card we'll pass each of this course as a course and we'll add key as an index. Now let's save it and let's go to this course card. Now inside the course card we'll accept it here as a prop as a course. Okay, now first thing we want to show image, so we'll add an image from the next/image, add a source, and in order to show the course banner, so it will be a course banner. Now let's give the width, let's add and some height. Obviously we'll add a class name as a width to be full and height is of 200 pixel and save it. Now on the screen it might look weird because we are showing in a vertical way, but now what we can do, let's go to the page user course list, and for this div we'll add in the form of grid. Okay, now when the screen size is smaller we'll make grid column 2, when it's medium we'll make grid column 3, and on large screen we'll make grid column 4. Okay, now as soon as we make these changes you will see your output like this. Perfect, right? Next let's go to this page.jsx, and inside here, inside this course card, now also here just mark it as a object cover so it will not stretch. Okay, here for this grid let's make it 3 and let's see how it looks. I think 3 is much better. We'll give some gap between this all of this course list, something like this. Okay, perfect. Now here we'll make 2 only and save. Now after this I am going to add a div, and inside the div we'll add a s2 tag and just to show the course title. Okay, what is the course name? Now in order to get course name, right, we will get it from this course output. Inside that we have course and then name. So here we'll say course output dot course dot name. Okay, and save it. Now let's add a class name. Here we'll make font medium and text larger. See, for this div let's add a class name. We'll add padding of 2, and for this div now let's add a class name. Here we'll say shadow, little bit shadow, and for this image I will make rounded corner to be large, something like this. Here as well we'll add a rounded corner to be large and save it. Perfect. Then after this h2 tag we'll add another h2 tag. Let's add a div first, and inside div we'll add h2 tag. Here we are going to show number of chapters. Okay, so that number of chapter we can get it from the, I don't think so we have inside the column. Let's get it from here as well, so that we have this number of chapter as a field. So course output dot course dot number of chapters. oops, number of okay, and save it, and here we'll again write word chapters. See, showing 5 chapters, and one is for the difficulty level. So for that one, let's see the field which is level, so we can directly access it like this. Okay, now for this one I'm going to add some icon, so let's search some icon called chapter, or maybe similar like a book. So we'll use this icon, import this import statement, and we'll use this component and save it. Make sure it is showing on the screen. Now let's make it in one line. So we'll add a class name, make it flex, gap of 2, item to be in the center. Now I will use some padding and we'll add a background as a purple 50. Okay, now and we'll make this text as a primary. Okay, and save it. Perfect. We'll make text smaller, text to be smaller, and for this div as well we'll add a text as small. Now let's add a class name to this div and let make it flex and item to be in the center and justify between, something like this. Okay, same thing I'm going to do for this one as well. So to this we'll add a background as a purple and text primary, padding of 1, we'll add a rounded small, and for this one as well we'll add a rounded as a small and save it. Perfect. Okay, so this is how it will look like. If you want to add more information like some description and all, you can add that as well. So let's do that. So here we'll add a p tag and we'll simply add a course dot, and we can add a category as well. So instead of description we'll add a category. So here let me see what we name. So we have this category name, so category. To this one we'll add a class name, we'll make text small but text is of gray color. Let's make it gray 400 and let's see how it looks on the screen. Perfect. Let's give some margin. So here we'll make a flex column and gap of 1. Okay, so some space between all of these items. I think let's undo this and let me give margin y over here only. Perfect. Okay, so that's how your course card is ready. Obviously you can add some border and effects. So here I'm going to add a border and let's see how it looks. See, something like this. Let's add some padding. So padding of 2. Yeah, that much better. Now once I hover on this one, right, we are going to add some hover effect. So here we'll add on hover. You can scale the size to 105 and we'll make smooth transition all, and then let's save it and make it cursor pointer. So whenever you hover on it, it will use this effect. Perfect, right? So that's look good to me. Only thing that we'll use some margin top to 4. Perfect. So that's how your card will look like. Obviously on the smaller screen, right, it will change the layout automatically. See, cool, right? So that's all. If you have any question, any doubt while displaying your own users users course list, let me know in the comment section. Okay, now there are a lot of things that we need to implement, but make sure that at least you are displaying this users course list on their dashboard. Now we are going to implement the delete functionality for the course. If user want to delete his course, we are giving option to delete it. So first thing, we are searching some icon, okay, for deleting the course. So let's search for the vertical. So this vertical 3 dots I'm going to use. So copy this import statement first and I will paste it here, and we'll use this component, okay, not in this folder but inside the course card. Copy this component name and I'm going to paste it in front of the course name, okay, something like this, and save it. Now if I go back over here, you will see these 3 dots. Now let's bring these 3 dots to the right hand side of the course name. So we'll just make it flex and then justify between, something like this, okay. Mark it as an item to be in the center and then save it, okay, perfect. Now on the click of this one, we want to open some drop down. Obviously this hover effect, I will remove it for now because that's little weird. So just remove this scale size and save it, okay, perfect. Now on the click of this one, we want to open the drop down. So for that one, I'm going to use a shared CN component. So just search for the option called popover. So if I click on this one, you will see this popover option, okay. Or you also have the drop down option. So drop down menu, and this is also a good option, okay. Let's use this one, and very easy to use it. So first thing, you need to import this component. So I will just paste this npm command, so it will install the drop down menu for us, and then copy this import statement, paste it here, and then we copy this drop down menu option, and simply we are going to add over here, okay. I think we can also add in another component, okay, that will be a good choice. So here we'll add drop down option .jsx as a component, add a default template, and over here we'll add this drop down code, and make sure to add that import. I will cut it from this component and will add into this drop down option component, okay. Now here we'll pass the children option, and children nothing but the trigger for us. So I will add the children like this, and in order to use over here, we'll simply use this drop down option component, okay. Now inside this drop down option component, we need to pass a children, which is nothing but this 3 dot icon, okay, and then save it. Now if I go back to our application and if I click on this one, you will see this option. Now currently this option is a default option inside this drop down. Obviously I will remove it. Let's remove all of this, and then we'll keep only one for now, which is the delete, okay. Now if you want to add an icon, you can even add the icon as well. So let's search for the trash icon. So copy this import statement, and we'll just use that over here, and let's see how it looks. See, now to this one we'll add a class name. Let's do one thing, let's add a div, and inside this div we'll add this delete label along with the icon, and we'll make class name flex, item to be in the center, and we'll give gap of 1. Nice, look good to me. See, so on the click of delete, right, we need to add on click method. So simply we'll say on click, we'll say delete course, okay, or on delete handler, we say handle on delete. Now this handle on delete will pass back to the parent component of this drop down option. So let's pass back to the course card, and we'll accept it over here as a handle drop down. Okay, and we'll call a new method called handle on delete. So we'll create this method over here. So we'll say constant handle on delete like this. Now let's write a method or of logic to delete this record. So here we'll say response is equal to await db dot delete, and from which schema you want to delete the record. So that schema name, which is nothing but the course list dot where, because we need to write a condition. Let me bring this down, and the equal sign. So equal course list dot id, which matches with the course dot id. Okay, that's all. And let's make this as async. Here I will also write the returning the id of the deleted record. So here we'll say course list dot id, and if the result is successful, so here we'll say if response is successful, we'll say refresh data. Now this refresh data we gonna call in our previous component inside the user course list. That's where we have this course card, right? And to this refresh data we'll simply call get user course. Okay, and save it. Now let me go back to the drop down option, and whenever we click on this handle on delete, currently we are directly passing that method to delete the record, right? But here you can first ask user, do you really want to delete the record or not? So you can show the alert box as well. So here we can say constant confirm, or here we'll say on delete click. Oops. And this method will display before deleting the record whether the user they really want to delete or not. So let's call this method first on delete click. Okay, now in order to display the alert dialog, let's go to the Shatsion, and here we have the alert dialog. Okay, so I think we already have this alert dialog installed, and this is how the dialog will look like. Okay, so just copy this import statement and we'll paste it just below this drop down. Oops. So this is the import statement, just add it here first, then we'll just wrap this inside the div, and then we'll simply show this alert dialog. Okay, something like this. And here we'll mention one state. So here we'll say constant open dialog comma set open dialog, or instead of that we'll say open alert, set open alert is equal to use state. Okay, now let's me remove this on delete click, and we'll simply initially we'll make it false, and whenever user click on this delete button, we'll simply call or set the open alert value to true. Now instead of this alert trigger, let me remove this alert trigger from here, and to this alert trigger we'll pass open and the value as a open alert. Okay, and when the user click on this continue button, we'll simply say handle on delete method. Okay, now let's save it and let's test it all together. So over here, let's say you want to delete this course, so click on it, click delete, and it will ask you, do you really want to delete or not? Okay, so currently on the continue button only we are deleting the record, but on cancel button we'll just handle the on click method, and here we'll say set open alert to false and save it. Okay, so if I cancel it, see it just closed. But if you want to delete it, just go ahead, click continue, and boom, if you see, it's get deleted, but our alert is still there. So along with this one, I will also call set open alert to false. Perfect. Okay, so that's how you can add the delete functionality to your course list. Now we are going to update the progress bar, which is on the side navigation bar. So it depends on the users number of courses created, and obviously we will limit to the up to 5 courses, and if user want to generate more courses, he just need to upgrade the plan. So let's update the progress bar, depends on the number of course user created. So let's go back to our application, and for that one we are going to use the context. So inside this context folder, let's create a new context, and we call it as a course user course list.jsx. Let's add a default template, not default template, but here we need to add the export constant user course list context dot is equal to create context, like this. I will just rename this to user course list context. Okay, and then save it. Now we need to wrap our application. So inside the dashboard, I will put this inside the layout, or we can put it inside the page.jsx as well. So actually our side navigation bar inside this layout, so we'll add it over here. So we'll simply say user course list context dot provider, and to this provider we will pass the value, some default value we are going to pass, and then simply wrap your application inside this provider. Okay, so what will happen, whatever the value which you are going to share, it will be shared between the side navigation bar, header, and the children as well. Now here you need to define the default template. So here we'll say user course list comma set user course list is equal to use state, and initially it will be empty. Here I will make sure it is use client and save it. Now I will pass this state or default state value to this provider, and now save it. Next, wherever you are fetching this user course list, okay, that's and in that particular page we are going to update our context. Okay, so we are just avoiding making a different or multiple calls. So here we'll say constant double curly braces user course list is equal to use context, and inside that we'll provide the context name, which is this user course list context. Okay, and whenever we have the course list, here we'll set the user course list, which is equal to result, and that's all. Okay, let's save it. And now it's time to go to the side navigation bar, so which is inside this component, and we'll use or we'll define the context over here is equal to use context and the context name. Okay, now obviously whenever the user course list state is update, obviously, and on this in this component as well, we have the updated information. Okay, and over here now I will just mention user course list dot length. Okay, and save it. And now let's test this out. If I refresh the screen, okay, so here I just make mistake. Here we need to write user course list context. Let me remove this import and save it. Now if I go back to our application, and boom, if you see currently it's showing 3 out of 5 course created, but obviously we need to update the progress bar. So let's go over here, and simply I'm going to write a logic. So here we'll say total length of this course. So here we'll say user course list divided by 5 into 100. Okay, and now it will show you that 3 out of 5 course created, and also progress bar is also get updated. Okay, now obviously you can add the logic where on the click of this upgrade button, it will navigate to this upgrade page. Okay, so that's the thing we need to make sure. So whenever you create a course, this will automatically get changed. And one more important thing, now once user reaches the 5 course creation, we have to make sure we need to disable this button, or we need to show some kind of message, okay, you cannot create more than 5 courses. Okay, so let's implement that functionality. So I will go to this create course component. So here we have the add course, and here we can write a logic. First, obviously we need to add that user course list context is equal to use context and user list context. Okay, and then here we'll simply write a condition if user, or we can do one thing, we can show some kind of toast message as well. Okay, and another way that you can directly redirect it user to the upgrade page. Okay, so let's implement that one. So here we'll say user course list is greater than 5, is greater than is equal to 5, and then you have to create, or here we can add a logic, then it will redirect it to the upgrade page. Okay, otherwise it will redirect user to create course page. Here it might be dashboard / upgrade. Okay, and then we have create course. Perfect, and save it. Now right now obviously we have only 3 courses, so it will allow you to create the courses, but once it reaches 5 courses, it will just redirect you to the upgrade page. Now once user click on any of this course and user want to learn it, right, it will navigate to the screen like this, which already have all the components where user can see the content of all the course, and here we have the start button to start learning the course. But before that, learning the course, obviously we are going to show all the content, what is course about, and all of this information. And as I say, we already have the component for that, but let's create a new route, and our route will be like slash means domain / course and the course ID. Okay, so let's go back to this create course, sorry, not create course, go back to this app folder. Let's create a new folder called course. Inside that I will create a course ID. Okay, so this need to be a folder, and inside this course ID we'll create page.jsx file. Let's add a default template course, and I will just put the name as a course. Okay, now inside here, in order to get the course ID, we will get the from the param props. Okay, and first thing we need to do is to get the course data. So here we'll say constant get course, and inside here we'll say constant result is equal to await db dot select from, and here we'll say category list schema. So this need to be a course list, okay, not category list. So make sure it is importing from the schema dot where, and here depends on the course ID, we are going to fetch it. So we'll simply say course list dot course ID, which matches with the params dot course ID. Okay, so this course ID we are going to pass. Then once we have the result, we'll just console the result, and we'll see whether we are getting a result or not. Obviously we'll use effect over here, and we'll pass the params whenever the parameter is available. So here we'll say params and get course. Make this as async and save it. Now let's go back to our over here. Obviously what we need to do, on the click of this one, we need to open that page. So simply let's go to this dashboard where we have the components and the course card, and now inside the course card I will simply wrap this all the div, not all the div, but we'll only wrap I don't know, because we already have the this button as well, right? So we'll wrap this image first, or let's do one thing, let's wrap this image first, and here we'll say hrefs. To this hrefs we'll pass course course id. Okay, so from this course we got the course id. This will see with this will be small, and then we'll wrap this image. Okay, and save it. Now let's go back, and if I click on this one, so okay, so we are having error. It's saying use effect we use. So obviously here you need to mark it as a use client. And now if you see, as soon as I click any of this course, it will redirect it to the course slash with this course id. And if I go to the inspect panel, and if you go to the console, you will see that course information. Cool, right? Perfect. Now let's go back again, and inside here now we'll save this in one state. So here we'll say course comma set course is equal to use state, and simply we'll set the course with a result of 0. Okay, now here is the on the page where we want to show the course information with this existing component. Okay, so the very first component is course basic info. Now to this course basic info we need to pass the course information. Here we'll say pass it as a course and save it, and let's see whether it's working or not. And if you see, it's showing on the screen. Cool, right? Also we are going to add a header to this one. So let's add a header from the dashboard slash header, or you can add from this one as well. Let's see how it looks. Perfect. And then we need to use some padding and margin. So simply I will add one more div, and inside this div I will put this course basic info. Here we'll say class name padding x to 10, then padding to 10. Also we'll add on medium screen we'll add padding x to 20, and on large screen we'll add padding x to 44, something like this. See? Okay, now after this if you see, we have this edit button, right? And we want to remove this edit button because we don't want other user to edit this particular information. So here we'll pass edit as a false. Okay, and if I go to this course basic info, we'll add a new params called edit, but here by default value we'll keep it as a true. Now if I go to this option, and where we have this edit basic info, but before that we can actually hide the button only, or we can add here. So here if edit is true, then only show this option. Now if I save this one, both the components, now you will see that edit option is gone. Okay, now next thing we need to add the course detail. I believe not detail, but let's see what is the component that we need to add. So which is this course detail. So we'll add course detail component. To this course detail component we'll pass the course information as a course and save it. Now if you see, we have this course detail component as well. And the next we need to add the chapter list. So here we'll add a chapter list. Now to this chapter list, if you do the control space, you will see what are the parameter we need to pass. So in this case we'll pass the course and save it. And now if you see, we have all the chapter list. How cool, right? Obviously again here we have this edit option, and we don't want this edit option. So for this component as well, we'll pass edit as a false, but this component is already used in some other screen, so we need to mark this edit as a true by default. And then for this edit chapter icon, here we'll mark it as a edit. If it's true, then only show this edit chapter, otherwise don't show it, and save it. Now you will see we don't have this edit option. Cool, right? So our course page is now ready. Now if I go back and open this one, you will see the change. Perfect, right? So that's how guys you can show the course page with the help of existing component. Also on the click of this image on the view course, we have to make sure user will not able to select the image. Okay, so let's disable that functionality as well. So inside this create course where we have this component and the course basic info component. So we already have this edit option, so simply we'll disable that functionality. So where we have the image, so over here, so here we'll say if edit is true, then only show this and save it. Now if I even user click on it, see it's not working anymore. And on the start button, now start button only clickable on this course view page, okay, and not in the edit page. So that one also we are going to update in the next chapter, because once we have the new screen where user can start learning the course, then we can update it. Now if I refresh the screen, you will see it takes some time to load the data. And not only here, but if I open any of the course, it takes some time to render the elements on the screen. So here we going to add the skeleton effect to show some kind of loading, okay, and once the data is available, then we'll hide that skeleton effect. So let's add the skeleton effect for this dashboard course list. So simply let me close all of this tab and then go to the dashboard where we have this user course list component. Now inside here we'll simply add a condition. So here we'll say if course list dot length is greater than 0, then show the course list, okay, but here I will put optional mark, means question mark, and here I will add another condition. If the course list is not available, then let's add a div. So here we'll simply add a div like this, and inside div I will show some kind of loading. So here we'll say I just hard coding this value, then we'll say map, me put it in the curly braces, then we'll add a map item comma index and the arrow function. So here we'll add a div again. To this div I'll pass as an index. Now here we'll add a class name, we'll say width to be full, okay, and background to be slate 200. I will animate the pulse effect. Now this is very important in order to add the skeleton effect to your elements, okay. So animate pulse effect kind of animation effect, and here also I will make rounded large. Now if I save this one and go back, and if I refresh the screen, you will see nothing. Also here I think we need to give the height. So here we'll say height of 200 pixel and save it. Now if I refresh the screen, you will see that effect, right? Let's remove this div from here, okay, because we already have the grid, okay, so you don't need to mention it here. And if you keep everything in div, so automatically this grid option also applicable to this div tag as well, okay, which we already mapped. Also I will just reverse this condition in order to show the effect, and if you see, this is how the gradient effect will look like. Let's give some margin top. So here we'll say margin top to 5, and if you see, we have this beautiful coarse gradient effect, okay. Now obviously I will revert this condition, and if I refresh it, you will see this change, and then you will appear this course card. Here if you want, you can change this height little bit, which will match with this course information, and boom, okay. Same thing you can implement for this course page, where you can load the course information, the basic information, the chapters in the similar way which we did for this course card. Now in this section we are going to implement the actual course where user can actually see and learn from it. The course view page, where once user click on this gets start the course, right? There we are going to show all the list of the chapters along with the durations, and on the right hand side, once you select any of the chapter, we are going to show the content. At the top, obviously we are going to show the video which we already generated, and the content which we generated from the AI as well, okay. Very straightforward but quite exciting. So let's go back to our application, and first thing we need to do is to create a route. Now whatever route we have, the current route, which is this course/course ID, After this one, we are going to just add a new route called start, and it actually navigate to this particular page. So in order to implement that, let's go to this course, and inside this course ID, we are going to add a new folder called start, and inside the start we'll create page.jsx. Here let's add default template, and here we'll say course start and save it. Okay. Now inside this page.jsx, where we have this course basic info, and also we have this start button. So let's go to the start button, and on this button we are going to implement link tag. So here we'll say link hrefs and wrap this start button inside this hrefs. So whenever user click on the start button, we are going to navigate to this course slash the course id, so course id, and then slash start. Okay, this need to be a start. And also obviously the start button only clickable once user user did not have edit, right? So here if we will say if it's not a edit, right, then only show this start button, because we are already passing this edit params, right? Obviously while editing we don't want to go to that particular page. Now let's save it and let's test this out. So if I go back to our application and click on the start button, okay, let me refresh this once, and if I click on the start button, if you see, it's navigate to this course, the course id slash start, and this is the course start page. Perfect. Now let's go to the course start page, and inside this page obviously first thing we need to get the course id, and depends on the course id we are going to fetch the course information first, and then depends on the chapter selection we are going to get the chapters as well. But first thing first, let's get the course information. So here we'll say constant get course is equal to constant result is equal to await db dot select from, and inside here we'll say course list from the schema. Then we'll say where clause, then equal to, and here will depends on the course id we are going to fetch the course information. So here we'll say course list dot course id, which matches with the params dot course id. Okay, that's all. Now let's make this as a async, and over here we'll call this method inside the use effect. So here we'll say get course. Okay, that's all. Here I will say use to get course info by course id, and I will console this result first just to make sure that we are getting data. So if I go back to our application, obviously we got the error that we use the React hook. So React hook is only applicable in on a client side. So I will make this page on a client side. Now let's go to the inspect panel and go to the console, and if you see, we got the data. Okay, so this is the course which is 5334E, and this is the course which we fetch. Perfect. Now let's save this in one state. So here we'll say constant course comma set course is equal to use state, and over here we'll simply say set course result of 0 and save it. Now next thing, we need to divide the screen into two parts. So if I go back to our mockup, you will see this is the one fixed layout, and on this is the right side. Okay, now this fixed layout will be stay constant. So let's do it. So simply I'm going to add a div. The first div will say class name. We'll add a width of 64 when the screen size is medium, and then we'll add a height to the screen. Now for the visualizing purpose, I'm going to add a little background. Okay, so you will see that. Now if I go back over here, see the width 64, and that's how it will look like. Now this is our actual chapter list sidebar. Okay, and then here we'll say content content div, we can say like, okay. So on the right hand side, we'll just simply showing the content div. So let's add a div for that one. Here we'll say margin left to 64 when the screen size is medium, because on the medium screen only we are going to show this width as a 64, otherwise we are going to hide it, and on the medium screen we'll show it as a block, and on the medium size only we are giving margin left to 64. Now if I go to the inspect panel, and if the screen size is less than medium, if you see, it's hide it, right? And that's what we wanted. Next, we are going to show the list of chapters in this particular section. So in order to get the chapter list, right, you know that if I go to this course list, and inside the course output we have the course, and inside that we have the chapters. So let's iterate that one. So here we'll simply say, let's add a first the name of the topic or name of the course. So our name of the course, we can give something like course. This need to be in course output dot, and inside that we have the course, and then we have the name of the course dot name, and save it. Now here we'll add a class name. We'll make font medium, text larger, and we'll make a background to be primary, padding of 3, and save it. If I go back, this is how it will look like. Also, I'm going to change the color of the text to white. Perfect. Okay, and below that, now we are going to show the list of chapters. So here we'll add a div. Inside the div, we'll just iterate. So I will just copy everything as it is, dot chapters. Okay, so make sure the field name is correct, which is this chapters, and then we'll say map chapter comma index and the arrow function. Now let's add a div, and inside the div we need to show the list of chapter. Now for that one, I'm going to create a component. So here we'll add a component folder first, and here we'll say chapter list card dot jsx. Okay, so for each list of chapter we will put the card, and we'll iterate that one. So let's add a default template. Obviously it will accept the chapter comma index as well, and over here we'll just import that chapter list card. Let's pass the chapter as a chapter, and then index as an index, okay, which is 0, 1, 2, and here let's pass key as an index, and save it. Now let's go to the chapter list, and you might see on the screen the chapter list is printing on the screen 5 times, because obviously we only have the 5 chapters, so that's the why. Not 5 chapter, yeah, I think we have 5 chapter, that's right. Okay, so now we need to show the number first. So what I will do, instead of using the flex, I am going to use this class name as a grid, and grid column 5, okay, and over here we'll simply show h2 tag, or let's add a div tag, okay, and another div tag. So in this div tag we'll simply add a h2, and here we'll say index plus 1, okay. So for this h2 tag, let's add a class name. We'll give padding to let's add a 2, background primary text white, and rounded as a full. Okay, let's see how it looks. Perfect. Now let's give some specific width. So let's add a width of 8 and height of 8, and for this div obviously I'm going to add a padding of, let's say, 3, and save it. Make it text aligned to be in the center, and for now I think we are good with this. So if you see, the number is showing on the screen. Here let's make padding 1, and I think that's good. Next we need to show on this div, we'll mark this as a class name, column span 4, okay. Now out of the 5 column, we assign this 4 column to this particular div, and then here we'll say h2 tag, inside that we are going to show chapter dot name. Okay, so if you see, the name of chapter is now showing on the screen. Obviously here I will add a class name, text, or let's add a font medium and save it. Perfect. Then another h2 tag to show the duration. So chapter dot duration. I will make sure the field name is correct, which is duration. Perfect. And save it. And if I go back, this is how it will look like. Obviously I will update this text, and I also want to add an icon. So let's go to this React icon, and inside the hero icon I will search for a clock. So you will use this outline clock icon. Let's import the statement, and then let's use this component. Here we'll make class name flex item to be in the center gap of 2, and text smaller, text to be primary. Along with the icon, the text will be primary. See, something like this. And now to this particular grid, we'll make item to be in the center. Then we'll add a border at bottom side. So this is how it will look like. And now we don't want that background to be white, so I will just remove this background background blue color, because we added only for the display purpose. Now that's look good to me. Obviously for this div I will just add border on the right hand side. So just add border dash r, and you will see this border like this. Okay, if you want, you can just add a shadow small, so it will give some shadow effect as well. Next, let's give some gap if possible. So here we'll say gap of 3, and let's look how it look like on the screen. Oh, so this gap I'm not sure. Okay, this gap is not for that one. And let's try to add padding 4. I think that's much better. Okay, and this is all the chapter is now showing on the screen. Perfect, right? One last important thing over here, I will give more padding, maybe padding 4. Okay, and now whenever we click on any of this item, we have to make sure the selected item. So for that one, first thing, for this div, okay, so here we are iterating correct. So here we'll add a class name, and we'll add cursor pointer. So whenever we hover on this item, you will see it's working, right? Then we'll add a hover effect, and we'll simply make the background purple to 50. So whenever I hover on this one, you will see the background color changes, and when we select it, we want to update the background color as well. So for that one, we need to maintain one state called selected chapter, comma set selected chapter is equal to use state. Now whenever user click on the chapter, so here we'll add on click method to this div. We'll simply set the selected chapter as a chapter information, and in order to apply dynamic styling, we'll wrap in curly braces and this tag, and then we'll add a condition. So here we'll say dollar selected chapter is equal to chapter dot, we can say maybe a name of the chapter. Then you can add a background as a purple and 100. Okay, now if I click on this second chapter, you will see, oh, I don't think so it's working. So let's see why. So over here it need to be a selected chapter dot name and then chapter dot name. Now if you see, if I select third, it will show like this. Perfect, right? So that's how you can just add the selected chapter, and add the styling depends on the user's selection. Now on the right hand side, depends on the selected chapter, we need to show the information. So at the top, as per the mockup, we are going to show the chapter name along with the description of the chapter. So let's go over here, and we'll create a new component, and we'll say chapter content.jsx. Add a default template and save it. Now to this chapter content here, we'll pass the chapter information, okay, and along with that we need to pass the content of the chapter, or we can say we can keep it as a content only. Now let's save it and let's go back to this page.jsx and make sure to import this chapter content component. Now first thing, we need to pass the chapter information, which we can get it from the selected chapter, because on the click of that we are already saving in a state. And then after that we need to get the selected chapter content. So here we'll say constant get selected chapter content and arrow function. Now this method we need to call as soon as users click on this chapter. So here I will again call one more method. We'll say get selected chapter content, and over here we'll pass the index value, which is nothing but the whether it's a third chapter or first chapter in that particular course. And over here we'll say in chapter ID. Now let's add a constant result is equal to await db dot select, and in this case we need to select it from the chapters schema here. So this need to be actually from the chapter schema, then where clause, and inside that we need to add two condition. So if I go to this chapters table, here you will say we have the course ID and then we have the chapter ID, and both need to be matched, right? So here we'll add AND operator, then equal to operator, and inside that we'll say chapters, or then it's need to be a chapters dot chapter ID, which matches with the chapter ID which we pass to this method, and then again give comma equal to, let me bring this down, we'll say chapter dot course ID, which matches with the course dot course ID. Okay, so obviously from the course as well we'll get the course ID. Now mark it as async, and first let's console it and let's check whether we are getting result or not. So let's save it. Let's go back to our application, go to the inspect panel, and inside the console if I click second chapter, you will see the second chapter is showing, okay, and with the all the content. Sounds good, right? Now obviously this is the first element, we need to get it and store it in one state. So here we'll say constant chapter content comma set chapter content is equal to use state, and whenever we get the content, here we set the chapter content as a result of 0 and then save it. Now this information we need to pass to this chapter content component. So here we'll say content as a chapter content and save it. Now next, first thing we need to show is the name of the chapter. So here we'll add a div with a padding of 10, then h2 tag, here we'll say chapter dot, and let's see what is the name. So here we have one error that selected chapter dot name is undefined. Let me fix that issue first. So first thing, we need to call this get selected chapter content as soon as we have the course information. So I will pass this with a chapter ID as a 0 by default. Okay, let's save it, and obviously we still have error that selected chapter dot name is undefined. So simply here we can add a question mark as well, and let's see, I think we are good now. Now let's display the content. So first thing, I will uncomment this. So here we have the chapter dot and the name of the chapter, I think. Let me go back to the course list, and here we have the name. So we'll say name. Let's see in the on the screen whether it's displaying or not. So I don't think so, it's printing out. Let me refresh the screen. So over here, let me go to inspect panel, and if I decrease the screen size, you will see the name of the chapter. Okay, but as soon as I increase it, it going behind this sidebar. Okay, so in order to fix it for this particular div, let mark it as a fixed and save it. Now you will see that your chapter is showing on the right hand side. Okay, because this particular div we mark it as a fixed. Now let's give some style. So to this one, let me go to the chapter content. Here we'll say class name, font medium, and text is of 2XL. Then we want to show the description as a chapter dot about, and for this one we'll add a class name text of gray color 500. Now if I go back, this is how it will look like. Okay, now obviously if I change to something, you will see instantly is updating your chapter title along with the description. Next we need to show the video, and then we want to show the content as well. Okay, so content. So in order to show the video of that particular or particular chapter, right, we are going to install one library called React YouTube, I believe. So this particular npm library. Okay, and in that one you have this YouTube component, and in that one we just need to provide the video ID. So copy this npm command, and inside the terminal just paste it, so it will install the React YouTube. And then in order to use it, you just need to import the YouTube from the React YouTube, and to this one we need to provide the video ID, which is the ID which we are getting from the content dot, and from the content if you see, so obviously we are getting this chapter content, and then we'll pass this video ID. Okay, then the most important thing that we need to pass is the options parameter. So these option parameters. Okay, so it will mention the height, width, and whether do you want to autoplay or not. So just copy that one and we'll paste it over here, or let's paste outside of this one as well, and just make this autoplay to 0 because we don't want to autoplay instantly. And then let's pass this options as an option. Okay, and save it. Now if I go back to our application, you will see the video. If I click on this first one, or if I click on second one, you will see the video belong to that particular chapter. Okay, now before that, let's wrap this in a one div. And then here we'll say class name flex justify center. Okay, so it will be in the center. Also I'm giving to add margin y to 6, so some margin from the top. Okay, and now below that we are going to show our content. So here we'll add a div, and then if I go to these chapters, and inside that, inside the content, you will see it's a again list, right? So we need to iterate it. So let's go over here and we'll say content dot chapters, not chapters, it's a content dot content, so that's interesting, dot map, and here we'll say item comma index and the arrow function. Let's add a div, and to this div we are going to show the title. So in order to show the title, let's add a h2 tag, item dot title, add a class name font medium and text large, and save it. Now on this screen, this is how it will look like. Obviously we'll add some padding. So for this div, let's add a class name padding of 10. I think 10 is much larger. Let's add padding of 5, and we'll add background slate 50, also margin bottom to 5, or maybe 3 and rounded to large. Okay, so in each of this section we are going to show our content. So after this let's add a p tag, and inside that we will display our content. So item dot, and the field name is the description, something like this, and save it. Okay, now if you see, for each of this one we have the description. Now in order to display the code, here we'll simply add pre tag, then code tag, and inside that we'll say item dot code example and save it. Now let me check over here. So this is the code example and save it, and if I go back you will see this code example. You can remove this pre-code text, okay, but for now let's keep as it is. And now to this pre-code, let's wrap inside one div. Here we'll class name padding of 4 and background to be black and text need to be white, and this is how it will look like. Now this particular section we are going to show only if we have the code example. So here we'll say item.code example, and if it's there then only show this particular div. See, now it's not showing anywhere but only at that particular place. And how cool, right? It's showing all the information. Next, for this div as well, let's add the rounded, medium, and margin top to 3. Okay, so we give some gap, and beautifully we have all the information. Now if you see, each of this particular chapter has their own YouTube video as well. Okay, and if I go to any of this chapter you will see that thing. Now at some places if you see we have this star 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 and something, because if I go to any of this content you will see we have the /n defined over here, right? So in order to fix this, right, to this class name we'll add a white, to this description we'll add a class name, we'll say white space, and we'll add a pre-wrap and save it. Now if I go back to our application you will see it's come to the new line. Okay, now one more important thing, if you see this star star, this is nothing but the markup language, right? And we need to convert this markup into actual HTML to view on inside the React. So for that one, let's go to the npm terminal, and we are going to install the npm install react markdown. Okay, this library obviously you can search on Google. Make sure to install this one, and then in order to use it you just need to add I think this is the React markdown. You just need to import this React markdown. Inside that you need to put this description. I will comment this description now because we added here. Make sure to import this React markdown, okay, and then save it. Now you will see the magic. And if you see, now each of this star star is now converted to a bold text with the new line. Okay, and not only here but for everywhere, along with the new line text with the, and we will replace with the /n and all of this information. And if you see, each of the chapter is have their own video along with the description, and it is completely relevant. Now if I go to this another chapter, okay, just want to show, and let's go to this advanced AI advanced YouTube video content generation, and if I select any of the chapter which is belong to what we generated. Cool, right? So that's how guys you can show this chapter. You can share this video with your friends so they can check everything. Okay, and each of this particular chapter we added the video as well. That sound interesting, right? So guys, if you really like this video, put in the comment that you really like this one. And obviously there are a couple of more features that we are going to add in this particular application. Now in this section we are going to implement the explore section, where user can able to explore others user project in this particular screen. And on this screen, whatever the component we are going to create, we can reuse it on our home screen as well, or whatever the component we already use it to show this particular cars, right? Also we are going to use this component and we'll use it inside our explore more project screen. So let's go back to our application, and here we have already have the explore screen. Okay, if you don't have, just create a new screen under the dashboard or new folder under the dashboard called explore. So if I go to the dashboard, here we have the explore screen. Now under the screen, let's go to this page.jsx file, and over here we'll simply create a method called constant get all course, and inside that we'll write constant result is equal to await get db dot select from, and inside that we'll obviously use a course list schema, then where, or not where, but we can just limit it up to let's say 9 courses, and we'll do the offset as well from 0. Okay, now this offset is nothing but user will fetch the data from 0 to 9. Now once user click on next button, now offset will change from 9 to next 9 elements. Okay, so this is offset is useful when you want to add a pagination to your application. Okay, so for now I keep the 0, but obviously we're gonna change it later on. Now over here, this get all course we are going to call inside the use effect. Sorry, and simply we'll call it here get all course. Okay, now inside this div we'll simply write h2 tag explore more projects. We'll add a class name font bold text 3xl and save it. Now if I go back to our application, okay, let's make this as a use client and save it. Now if you see, we have the text explore more project. Also I'm going to write some text over here. So here we can say explore more project built by AI or built with AI by other users, and save it. Perfect, right? Now over here we are going to display the list of courses. Now obviously here we'll check whether we are getting the result or not. So I will just console the result, and obviously we call this get all course method inside the use effect. So inside the inspect panel, go to the console, and let me refresh the screen once. So right now if you see, we got the 4 courses. Okay, now obviously we did not put any where clause because we want all the courses independent of who created these particular courses. Perfect. Now let's save this in one state. So here we say constant course list comma set course list is equal to use state, and simply we'll say set course list as a result. Now over here we'll add a div, and we'll just iterate this course list dot map, we'll say course comma index and the arrow function. Here we'll add a div, and inside this we are going to use the existing component which we created, which is a course card. Now to this course card we'll pass the course information as a course and then save it. Now if I go back to our application, you will see the list of course by all the users. Now let's add some grid. So here we'll add a grid. Now grid column 2 on a smaller screen, and on medium screen we'll simply add grid column 3, or here we can add it only for the larger screen and save it. Perfect, right? Obviously we'll give some gap. So here we'll add a gap of 5. Perfect. And now we have the list of course by other user as well. Now to this one we are going to show the who created this course. So users name along with the user profile image as well. Okay, and obviously we don't have that particular UI component inside this particular course card. So to this course card I will add user display user as a one property, display user, and here I will make it true, but by default we'll make it here as a false. The reason we want to make it false by default, because this course card we use in some other component, and in order to avoid to make some changes to other component, you can always define this one. And now if I scroll down, so maybe over here, okay, so this is the book open. Okay, we can add the div, and inside the div we'll add the image tag, then source, and inside this we need to add the image URL who created this course. So if I go to this course list, you will see we have this user profile image. So here we'll say course dot user profile image. Here we will add a width of 70 and height of 70. Now if I go back to our application, and obviously we got the error, it's saying the host name imageclerk.com is not configured under the image. So copy this host name and go to your next.config.js file, and here we have to make sure you will whitelist this particular domain. Now if I refresh this screen, you will see this error is no longer here, and you will see the user's image. See, now obviously the size is quite big, so I will just change this to, let's make it 35 and 35. That is much better. Here I will add some styling. So add a class name, we'll make rounded full, and after that I will also display the user's name. So course dot user name. Here we'll add a class name text small. Okay, and now we have the username. Let's bring this in one line. So class name, make it flex, gap of 2, and item to be in the center, and save it. Let's give margin top. So here we'll say margin top to 2. Perfect. And now we have the user information who created this particular course. Okay, so that's how you can implement it. Obviously right now all the 4 course is created by the same user, so that's the reason it's showing the same users with the profile image. But if you created this course, your name will be displayed on the screen. Now below at the bottom of this one, I'm going to show so inside our, let's go to this explore page, and at this bottom I'm going to add a button, and it will say next page. Okay, like this. And obviously I will add one more button, and it will say previous page. I will wrap these 2 buttons inside the div, and here we'll say class name flex justify between, something like this. Let's add some margin top to 5, and this will be a previous page. Perfect. Okay, now I will maintain page index. So here we'll say page index comma set page index, and by default the page index is 0. Okay, now whenever the page index is 0, so here we'll add a condition is equal to 0, or we'll say is not equal to 0, then only show this component or previous button. Okay, and over here we'll and save it. Now on the click of this next button, so here we'll say on click, we'll simply set the page index. So we'll set the page index, which is page index plus 1, and on previous button we'll set the page index as here we'll need to set the page index, set page index as page index minus 1. Now whenever page index get changed, we need to call this get all course. So here we'll simply call this use effect whenever the page index will get changed. Okay, if it's changed to 1, then we have to call 1, and inside this offset simply we are going to do page index into 9. Okay, now if the page index value is 0, it will come 0. If it's 1, then it's 9. Okay, if it's 2, it means 18. You have to skip 18, like that. Right now if I refresh it, you will see nothing get changed, but we have the next page. If I click this next page, obviously we don't have anything, so it's not showing anything. But if I go to the previous page, you will see our previous data. So that's how our page index will work. Okay, now to this particular display user, right, we don't want to display user for all other components. So if I go to this course card, and that's where we are using the display user, we forgot to use it actually. So here I will add a condition: if display user is true, then only show this component, and also if display user is true, we don't need to show this delete button option, right? So I think this is the one. So here if display user is false, then don't show this one, and save it. Now if you see, we don't have that option. But if I go to this home page, now you will not see that user's image, but now we also have the delete option over here. Okay, so guys, that's how the explore page will work. Now you can obviously access any others courses, and currently this application is completely free to use, up to 5 chapters that you can generate it, and you can access multiple courses from whoever generated the course. Okay, so guys, that's all for this particular section. If you have any question, any doubt, let me know in the comment section. Now it's time to deploy our application on the cloud so that you can share your project with your friends. So in order to deploy our application, we are going to use a Drizzle, which is quite popular to deploy your React Next.js application. And first we are going to push all our code to the GitHub. So let's go to this github.com, and if you don't have an account, create a new account, create a new repository and give the repo name. So here we'll say AI course generator. Then you can make it public or private. I will keep it public and simply click create project. Okay, once your project is created, you will see your git remote origin. So just copy this line of code, and you need to set your origin. First thing, let initialize the git using git init command, then paste this remote origin, and then you need to add your file, or you have to stage your file using this git add dot command. Then you can write the commit message using git commit space m, and here you can say initial commit, and simply obviously you are pushing the first time, so you need to push with this git push origin main. Okay, or after that you can push it using this git push. And once your project is pushed successful, you can just refresh your repo, and here you will see your all the code which is pushed. Now except here your .env file is not yet pushed, because inside the git ignore we make sure that .env file will not be pushed. Okay, just for the security purpose, because in that file we have all the API key and all. Okay, now once this is done, let's go to the Drizzle.com, and if you don't have an account, create an account on Drizzle. In that one, click on this add new project, and then make sure to connect your GitHub repo. Now obviously if you have or you are using the GitLab or any other, make sure to connect that, and then simply click import project. If you see, we just push the code, so it's showing at the top, and click import. Here you can give the project name, then you can keep everything as it is. It automatically detect the framework of your application. The most important thing that you need to add the environment variable over here. So if I go to our project and search for this .env.local file, copy this all of this environment variable and simply paste in this box. It will automatically add all the key along with their value. How cool, right? And simply now it's time to deploy your application. Now it will take a minute or so to deploy it. So first it will build your log, then it will install all the dependency, and then it will start building your application and deploying your application. So we'll wait. I will pause the video, and boom, if you see, our application is now deployed. Here you will see the preview as well, and if you want to go to continue to the dashboard, you can just continue. Here you will see your domain. Obviously if you want to update the domain, just go to the setting, and here you can add or edit your domain name. So here I want to just update my domain name, so let's keep this one, AI course generator, and then save it. Okay, this name is already taken, so I will add like this and save it. Okay, perfect. Now if I open this URL, you will see our application is running on this particular domain. I will obviously put the link of this application in the description so that you can check that out. Now if I go to the login, click with the account sign up, and then it will redirect me to the dashboard, and all of the course is already there. Obviously in the Explorer you can explore more courses. Now this is the course, is developed by some other user as well. How cool, right? So guys, that's how you can deploy your application.